All right. Looks like I should be live. So they're just about to close the polls in Georgia. I think they just, as of this minute, closed them. Go ahead and pop this up on the screen here. All right, let's see. Which of these is it? I believe it's this one. Here we go. And it looks like I should be live over there. Getting a little weird audio thing going on. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, so here it is. Election night happening right now. They're just now getting the very first results. And they're going to be coming from Georgia. That's the first kind of swing state that you're going to get results from. And I actually... Oh, I was wondering why my mic was all weird. Jesus. I had the mic like up in the air off of my headset. Anyway, like I was saying before I didn't have my mic right, we should get Georgia's results pretty quickly because they changed stuff in there. And they're going to be able to get massive amounts of votes from Georgia because they pre-processed all the early and swing state votes. So I think that's the first one where you're going to know, you're going to see a sign of how this is going. If one of them's doing pretty well, that probably means they're the one that was underestimated in the polls, and they're probably going to do well in all the rest of the states, and it's going to be a blowout for somebody. If it's super close, then who knows? It could take a long time. You'll be on. Oh, okay, cool. Finish the lift. Oh, like an elevator? Oh, hey, is that Mike? Are you Mike? I was going to send you a link too, man. If you're who I think you are, I don't know. You might be somebody else. Oh, no, Pessimistic Titan. No, you're someone else. I think so. I don't remember. I have a hard time keeping up with everybody's online names. But hello, whoever you are. Anyway, we're getting results. Yeah, you're Pess. Yeah, you're Pess. I remember you now. Once I saw it, I just never... No, everyone calls you Pess, so I don't ever think of your full name. And then I remembered it. I was thinking of someone else who I don't remember what his internet name is anymore. Anyway, I'm going to turn the audio on here and see what this dork is saying about Indiana here.
Leaves out. This is the tea leaves portion of the night. And you have the red state, that Indiana's that Trump will prevail most likely. Same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties and particularly the suburbs, because that is where we're starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind?
Oh, Savannah, we're mind melding because I'm looking at Hamilton County and I'm going, okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county. It is something similar that we see in places like Georgia, right? In some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And that is what's so interesting about Hamilton. Let's not over-index on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's...
And we're streaming this on NBC. So you'll probably be able to tell from how excited the commentators get as to how well it's going for Kamala or not. Just the enthusiasm when they start looking and sounding kind of sad and serious, that'll be a bad sign for Kamala, because I don't think there's a lot of conservatives working at NBC, but we'll see. And I'm hoping the reason I have it on this one is just because it's free to stream it, so I can just go get it and rebroadcast it without having to worry about anything really. And then also I kind of like there's other ones you could do that with, like ABC and other places, but I think they'll have Steve Kornacki come on here, and he's a pretty good poll guy. I prefer some other people, but he's pretty good. So we'll see if they bring him on. He's probably going to be jumping around between this and MSNBC. I don't really know. Are these networks, I guess they're like sister networks? I don't know how that works or what the difference is. One's on cable and one's like broadcast, but pretty sure they're related. See what these people are saying. I don't like to listen to the commentators as much when they're just talking to each other because, like, God knows what kind of filler information they're just plopping in there. Have they already called states for the two of them? They have one at 3 and one at 8. What do they call? Oh, Vermont. Okay, so they called Vermont for Kamala. No surprise there. That was damn fast, though. Is that actually what they're calling? I didn't think that What is this? I'm going to have to listen to them because I don't know what they're saying.
In the state of Georgia. Here's your grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia this cycle than he did last cycle by a significant margin, by about 10 points as well. The other piece of this, too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap. It exists here, folks. We are seeing, and we'll pull up this board in a second here, Kamala Harris winning with women, Donald Trump winning with men. And I'll tell you, as I walk back over to the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources just in the last couple of hours, they're looking at that as well.
Bigger pool for the women, but the margins of difference are going to matter a lot. And it looked like he was doing better among men than she was among women comparatively, but there's a lot more women, so it's kind of hard to judge that.
Here's the data that's just coming in. See if we can get some numbers.
Like Trump got
and you
Indiana,
now know, because we've taken you inside the decision desk, how is it that we can project this with just 15% of the vote counted? It is because we are confident that the margin is sufficient to make that call. So let's let's go to the 270 map. We're going to see this a lot, and we start to fill in some of the gray. Indiana red for Donald Trump. Let me go right over to Tom Yamas, who's...
So none of this is really a surprise. That's why they were able to call it so lightning fast. Oh, what's he saying?
County. I wanted to show this, why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we come into Osceola, I wanted to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats. 56 for Joe Biden in 2020, 51 for Harris right now with 71% of the voting. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote in. He's now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red.
That's what it looked like they were kind of saying about Georgia, too. So I don't really care as much about Florida, but it could be an indication of the overall. Like if he overperforms, even in a place where you know that it's a red state, and she underperforms, then it could be a sign of a trend in the polls. I don't know what the polling was supposed to be in Florida, but I'll trust the pollster guy if he says, he's underperforming or she's overperforming or he's underperforming or vice versa or whatever. He was just talking about counties though, so it's hard to say just yet.
For Democrats, Duval County, we actually have some vote in Duval County. I want to take a look at this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when he was a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. 66% of the vote is still out. This is a county that Republicans had hoped to flip. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind of see where the vote's going. Again, still very early, but this has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long night for Republicans.
And a rapid pace there as well in the counting. We're seeing that in some places tonight.
We anticipate, of course, as Tom's just saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out, these are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's.
Fun fact alert for those who remember the hanging chads of 2000.
Oh, yes.
Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote count.
Let you on. I'm going to keep it small for tonight. I invited a couple of people I'm not gonna have a giant party in here. Maybe another time though.
Numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially in what we saw in those early national exit polls that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I've heard in my conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock poll close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But talking about this Osceola County, it's a third Puerto Rican.
Close, right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know, go ahead and give your shout out. Miami-Dade is the greatest.
Just the greatest county, greatest people. I mean, I could keep going.
But obviously this isn't, Latinos come from different backgrounds and have different.
Okay. I don't know why they're going on and on about Florida. I don't care as much about Florida, like I already said. I am interested to see how the margins are. So far, it's super early, so I guess it's hard to tell anything. They're keeping it on this one where it looks like she's doing pretty good. I think that was the one he was just talking about. So we'll see, but let's see what he's saying here.
Population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58.
Shit.
You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's like only 60% in. A bigger number that's coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about Fort Lauderdale, think about Sunrise, all those areas and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton won big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64. Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always point to this number, all the votes not in, but if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that other vote to come in. Guys, over to you.
Tom, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House.
Like going to commercial. Yeah, so it's hard to say much of anything about anything so far. I don't know. There's definitely, from what that guy was pointing out, at least in Florida, it looks like she's slightly underperforming, which if that's the case, if that holds, and that's a trend in other places, it could mean she was the one, or no, Trump was the one underestimated by the polls, which would mean he'd end up, just running it up everywhere if that's true. And I think one of them was underestimated. That's kind of my theory. I believe that. I just don't know which one. I kind of went with Kamala just because I gave some reasons why, but I don't really know. And so far from what we've seen, it looks like it might be Trump, but there's barely anything. It's a few counties in Florida that they were describing. And then I think they showed something from Georgia. I really want to see more about Georgia. I think that'll tell us a whole lot more than somewhere like Florida. But we'll see. Anyway, now we're just playing the waiting game, basically. I think, it's like I was saying, I think Georgia's going to be the one just because they're going to dump the votes in. There's other places like Wisconsin where they really didn't change anything about how they count the votes and how they process them, like the mail-in and the early vote and stuff. And so, like, Wisconsin could go for, like, days again. It could be like, like it was last time there. I don't know that it will be, but it could be. I heard people saying that about Pennsylvania too. And I think that's more so just because they're expecting it to be super close in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if they changed any of their processes or not. I think it's more the red states that were really focused on doing that. I know Georgia did. I've seen that. They're supposed to be getting like a huge dump of votes in here. So should know, I think within the next, depending on how close it is and how it's going, Probably the next hour or two, I would imagine. But who the hell knows? It could be until next Saturday, like they were saying. Hopefully not. Hail Trump. Yeah. Could be a big. I think it's going to be a big night for somebody. I mean, that almost goes without saying, I guess. Someone's going to get elected and someone's going to lose. But I feel like it's not going to be as close as we were thinking, or as some people were thinking. I just don't know in which direction that runs. And I've explained before why I think that. It's because it seemed like, from what I'd read in different articles, the pollsters who were showing all these really, really close polls all over the place, it seems like that was bullshit, because basically what I described that guy Nate Silver talking about with herding, and the polls all sort of trying to make their polls not become outliers by adjusting how they weight the polls. And, that gets into, they're trying to make it match the population, and they're trying to guess what the electorate's going to look like. And so they adjust it different ways. So they're trying to sort of map onto the results from last time, as well as not get way out ahead of anyone else.
Virginia, 13 electoral votes, just a percent in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. Damn. That's, of course, the first big prize in the among the swing states right now. Donald Trump with 90,000 votes, Kamala Harris 86,000, but that's too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll closings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there.
Oh, hey, I haven't
real
seen you
split
in a while.
that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
They were just coming back from somewhere.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 77 minutes.
Well, it's too early to know. It's super early. So basically the first polls in some of the states just started closing. So, I mean, technically, yes, he is winning because they've already called Kentucky and Indiana, I think, for him. And they called Vermont for her. But that's 3 states, and all 3 of those were expected to go to each of them. So basically, we don't really know. Technically, yes, he has more electoral votes than her at this point. Not certain, but from the results I have seen, it seems like he's doing better than she is. But the results they're getting in are there's 3% of the vote in Georgia, for example. So he's up right now, but it's 3% of the vote. So, like I say, it's a little too early to start saying that. But if it holds up the way it's going, then could be a big night for him.
But it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality. And so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here, who's been looking at the exit polls and can drill down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris, who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation, because, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about, can we win the Latino vote? It's, can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino. But we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then,
So it's kind of crazy to me that they can, like, the states that aren't swing states, they can call really early. Like, there was 13% in Kentucky that already called for him. I mean, I know why they do that. They have their methods and stuff. So it kind of makes sense because I guess from where the vote is coming in, and it's a projection. So, I mean, it's not shocking. I don't think anyone was expecting anything different. That was cringe. Oh, my pronunciation of his name. I guess that's what you're talking about. My bad, dude. You want me to get all crazy with the accents? I don't. My bad.
Starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states.
How did he say it? Was he like Latino? Something like that? Did he do it with the accent? It always cracks me up when people do that. They'll be talking like normally, no accent, and they'll say like some sort of phrase or term, and they go like a little overboard with it, get a little carried away. Yeah. It was more extreme than that. I don't know if I want to go more extreme than that. That'd be like almost violating YouTube's terms and conditions. At that point, you're verging on like stereotypical kind of, I don't know, getting into like Speedy Gonzalez territory.
Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Well, that's what I was talking about with the hurricane. That's why.
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville.
One of the reasons I was saying I thought she could win North Carolina or do better than expected there is because that whole western part just got demolished by a hurricane. And, you know, you would expect that to sort of turn down or stifle the turnout. And that's, you know, that part of the state, Western North Carolina, is heavily, heavily conservative. I don't know what he's in a polling place, I guess, over there. Like a storm shelter, looks like polling place.
At 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7%, in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable.
Let's see what are they showing anything different down here? 2% in Vermont, but it's already called for Harris. I don't know what the spread was supposed to be in there. I really hadn't paid much attention to states other than the 7 main swing states. So I don't really know what kind of results they're supposed to get in those. I'm just going to rely on whatever the commentators are saying. Looks like she's up a bit in Virginia. Again, that's, you know, expected. She's pretty well expected to win Virginia. Early on, people were talking about that as a swing state, but I don't think that's expected to be close or go to Trump. We're getting stuff from North Carolina. Oh no, they're still talking about that. Oh, here we go. We'll listen to this dude whenever he comes on. He's the pollster guy.
closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
Looks like we got the polls won't start closing in North Carolina for another few minutes. And they're not going to, even though they probably already have some idea, I imagine, they're not going to publish any kind of projections or results or anything until after all the voting is completed, just because I believe the reason they do that is so they don't influence, I guess, the election. And they may not have them. I'm not sure, but it seems like they must be getting them. I don't know. They explained this earlier, and I wasn't listening to that part because they start calling some of these like the minute they close, the ones that aren't swing states or whatever. They'll have like 3% of the vote. So I don't know if it's just that they're confident enough to call them. They've already got them called ahead of time, and it's just they want to see whatever initial polling comes out before they say it, and they're just confident enough in the pre-election polling to go ahead and do it. But who knows? So far, still not a lot to go on. I think the next 2 hours is going to be very informative, at least with respect to Georgia. I kind of expected Georgia to just start getting huge dumps of votes. They're not saying much about it. Maybe it'll be, I don't know, maybe they kind of get them in tranches. I don't know how it's working. I'm not going to be staying up here all night doing this, by the way. I'll stream for a good long while, but if it does end up, going early into the morning at some point, I will have to stop. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't go like it did last time. That's so frustrating, and I think it's kind of harmful and not good for anybody for it to go on for a week of like counting. That's just. Some people are like, well, it has to all be called that night. I don't think that's true, but you would prefer it to be, the next day. If it's really close, you can't help it sometimes. There's just nothing you could do. But I think the sooner the better. So I like the changes they made to expedite the counting process. I don't see any reason why you can't pre-process the early vote and the mail-in votes, especially the mail-in votes. That's really what slows stuff down. How many? I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2. I only sent the link out to like 3 or 4 people, and I've only heard back from 1 so far. So I know I got at least Reese is up here. He said he was coming on. So we'll see. And now we're just playing the waiting game. Let me see what they're saying on Twitter. I mean, I already kind of know what's going to be getting said. It's the same thing. I noticed this pattern in these elections in the lead up to it, especially in like the week and really even months ahead. Each side will just start saying like, oh, our side's blowing out the other side and we're going to win all 50 states. It's just crazy stuff. I don't know I don't know why they do that. All right, looks like you got West Virginia.
Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes.
There.
Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call, just not ready to release any information about that yet. Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour there now. And we do have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate. West Virginia, the winner is Jim Justice. As expected, he will go.
I mean, that was only 8% of the numbers, right? But god damn, he was up like, how much was that? That was like 58 he was up by like 10 points in Georgia. If that holds, he's winning everything. He's probably winning New Hampshire and shit like that. If those kind of fucking numbers hold for him, it's going to be a total goddamn blowout landslide in favor of Trump. I don't know if it will. Like I said, it's 8%, but god damn.
They just got one, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you say, Governor Jim Justice winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from Trump-backed former car dealer Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1 state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But again, we were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And how are you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, include Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, 2 things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those 2 things, do they balance out?
Yeah, do the math.
Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
All right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. In some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet. So we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes.
Damn,
I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now with 73% of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016, 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55 again. There's still 73% of the vote left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign, if they're watching tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember, I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in Rockdale County. This is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got guests over at our Insiders desk today.
All right, so I guess that's a little bit of good news for her. It looks like she is getting blown out right now in Georgia, but what it looks like is it's a lot of the rural counties coming in. And like he showed, that one county, which is a part of the Atlanta area, has nothing in yet. And if you don't know, like the area, those blue counties surrounding Atlanta, that's like 70% of the population of Georgia is kind of the Atlanta and the surrounding area. And one of the big things they're looking for is if they kind of grow that lead right there. So I guess that explains, like right now, the numbers in Georgia statewide look bad. It's 10%, but it looks like where it's coming in from makes it skewed. So, and then what he was showing in Florida, like he said, it wasn't surprising, but it's also not a good sign. You don't want to underperform from where anybody, however they did last time, even if you're losing the state and expected to lose it. Obviously, I guess rather obvious point to make. Don't want to underperform anywhere, want to overperform everywhere. Still too early to tell if the polls were skewed one way or another. Can't really tell yet. I think Georgia will be the first one that'll really let you know that, depending on what the margins are there. And the polls could have been accurate. They could be accurate, and if that's the case, then it would be really close and it could go on for days. All right, what do we got
Some
here?
of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at him.
So it's like the opposite effect going on in North Carolina, but in Harris's favor. A bunch of the blue counties are reporting it's only 2%, so it's even smaller, I guess, there. But if you look at it right now, she's like beating him by like 60 points or whatever it was, but like none of his counties had reported their stuff in yet. So still super early. Yeah, it depends on the state. So some states like Georgia, that shouldn't be a problem anymore, or that shouldn't have an effect, because I believe they processed the mail-in votes and the early vote, so you should get them simultaneously as they're reporting the day of votes, I believe. So this is like I was saying, Georgia, you should get them in really early. Other places like Wisconsin, they didn't change anything, so they're still gonna. You could have that effect there where he's like way up, and then the mail-in comes in and surpasses it. Also, the Republicans, there's not as much of a divide. That's one of the questions. They way overperformed in early voting compared to last time. And the question is whether or not that takes away from their day of voting, or if that's just an actual increase in their overall numbers being seen there. So we'll see. But they have not, they were really pushing people like go vote early, whereas last time they were telling people don't vote early, don't vote by mail. I feel like they're still going to underperform a bit on those, but they've definitely improved a ton. So the effect of that kind of thing should be less. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like I'm saying, you could have a red mirage effect, but it's expected, especially in certain states, to be far, far less of a thing. There's less mail-in votes to begin with, for another thing. Oh, and Mike, I think you were who I was thinking of, Mike. I was going to send you a link if you wanted to come on, but I couldn't find. I didn't know what name you were going on Twitter to send you the link for. Let me see. If you're the same guy I was thinking of, I assume you are. You're the only Mike I know on the internet, so unless you're a total stranger, and then I have no idea who you are. So just ignore it. Still super early. What, did they go to another commercial? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say right now. Shit's just trickling in. Inconclusive. Nothing I've seen so far has changed my mind. Because so far I've seen mixed bag. And of course, we're watching NBC, so of course they're going to try and, well, I don't know what they do. Maybe we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll say that they're all just reporting it even-handedly, but I do notice when there's, certain places lean certain ways, report certain stuff. So. Okay, yeah, I'll send you, if you want to come on, man, I can send you a link. I figured that's what you did, because I was like trying to, but I don't know what's your Twitter handle. If you want to come on, if you don't, then it doesn't matter so much. Let's see what they're saying here.
Hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania. He gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win in the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
We talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it. And our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some breaking news. And it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Yeah.
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago.
Right. Well,
then you look at that youth vote, right? Again,
demographic.
not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right. Well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll.
All right, sounds
and
good.
58% actually supported
Is that just North
Biden.
Carolina, or is
Mike,
that
That's just North Carolina.
Mike.
That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is
maybe you
really
can't hear me
interesting
'cause
to
of
me
this.
because
But yeah, if you're still around, Mike, I was saying I would send you one. I don't know who you are on Twitter anymore. You said you started a new account, but I don't know what it is. So do we want to listen to the commentary? I'll turn them back on since no one else is here right now. Votes being counted. I'm looking down at the. No one gives a shit about Kentucky. It's already called.
if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters, at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap.
Yes.
It's the battle of the sexes election. And whether you want to say it's young.
It's always like, annoying to me to have to re-listen to these people because I paid a lot of attention to it. And so I keep hearing like the same points get reiterated by these talking heads where it's like, oh, let's talk about the gender gap. Oh, she's going to do better with women. He's going to do better with men. It's about how much the difference is. And there's more women than there is men. It's just like, it's fucking obnoxious. I'm ready to just get some goddamn numbers. Just give us the fucking numbers. I mean, I understand they have to do this because what are you going to do until you get more numbers? You can't report them, but it's just filler. Just filler. Pointless. These discussions are pointless at this point. We're down to, the votes are coming in. That's the only thing that matters. The time for speculation is over. But whatever, I'll see what they're saying. Maybe they moved on. Maybe they have something interesting to say.
Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors in
said 5 seconds
That's
ago.
why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now
Thanks
from
for
a
that
big batch of
insight.
poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's
What would we do
been
without these
watching.
people? What would we do without them? They're brilliant insight. I mean, I guess the other thing you have to remember is there's a lot of people who don't pay attention to any of this shit and have no idea, and so they're explaining it for them. Still, haven't seen anything, nothing persuasive to me yet. Nothing. From what I've seen on people on Twitter, they're all doing their same thing. And like I said, it's always, I think I started to get into this earlier, talking about, it always baffles me what the two sides will do, Democrats and Republicans, when you're in the lead up to these elections. Like the crazy stuff, they'll each be like hunting down these stats and pull them out. Like the Dems were doing this a bit with the Iowa thing, and they were saying like, oh, it's going to be a blue wave. Harris is going to win Texas. Harris is going to win Florida. It's just like, what in the fuck is getting into you? Like, what possesses you to do that? I don't know why you get so carried away. Like I was seeing Republicans saying that like, Trump's gonna win 48 states and stuff, and it was the Guam. There was results coming out of Guam for their like legislative races, and I saw a bunch of MAGA people freaking out about this. I was like, who gives a fuck about Guam? But they were like, oh, this is gonna be like a blowout. He's gonna win like all of these states he wasn't expected. They were doing this based on the results coming from Guam of their, I guess it was their legislative race. I have no idea. I don't even know what a Guam Republican is. That like even similar to the like the party divides we have here? Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know shit about Guam because like most people, I don't fucking care that much about it. I'm not gonna say that it's a floating pile of trash in the ocean, though. I would never say that. I'm sure it's a lovely place. Yeah, I don't get it either. Like the hyping yourself up. I get like trying to guess at what's going to happen because obviously I do that, but I don't get like the people that are like, I need to hype my side up like we're gonna win in this massive landslide when it's unrealistic. I don't know what causes people to do that. Hey there, man.
Hello.
Oh, what's up?
Hopefully you can hear me.
You.
Kind of got a okay, cool.
How are you
How's it
feeling?
been?
Oh, I'm good. Seems like we did this 4 years ago. You remember that?
It feels like a never-ending cycle of 4 years, really.
Did we do this I don't think we did this in 2016, but we did it last time.
No, and in 2016 I remember just watching it on my own.
Yeah.
It was kind of pre me streaming consistently to any degree.
I
Really.
don't think I was doing any. I think I had a YouTube channel, but it wasn't about politics. But yeah, how you feeling about this one?
Cautiously optimistic.
Okay. No big predictions. You're not going to do what I was just talking about to all these people and come in here and tell me blue wave, Kamala sweeps, 40 state win.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way that it's that. We are too far gone for that. Maybe in 8 years we'll see a blue wave of historic proportions, but right now, no.
Don't know. I haven't talked to you since before they replaced Biden with her. What did you think about that?
I thought it was kind of inevitable, but a very selfless thing to do on the part of Biden. I mean, like imagine that. Imagine you know, you have a career in politics. The epitome of that is the presidency. But for one reason or another, people just aren't feeling you, and a lot of it, I mean, quite frankly, most of it is just you spent your whole life doing this, and now you're old. And you have the same sort of demeanor as a lot of old people. It's through no fault of your own, really. People just get old. But that does shake the electorate's faith in you,
Yeah.
especially when Trump is what he is. I mean, he's old too, but he's like politically indestructible. So
Yeah.
there's definitely this expectation that Democrats be perfect, and that is imperfect
Well, and he
to
got
a lot of people.
demolished in that debate, because I watched that live, and I was saying as it was happening, I'm like, they're gonna try and kick him out. Like, as soon you can watch, it's on my channel, and I was as soon as he was making these gaffes, I was like, oh, he's fucking done. I was like, all these people are gonna get rid of him, and I was saying that for like a week or so, and I kind of toned it down because so many people were telling me that's never gonna happen. That's crazy, Henry. You know what you're talking about? He said he's not leaving, and I was like, but guys, look at like I don't know. And then like it finally happened, and I felt kind of vindicated because I made the prediction. I didn't like the move to Harris. I wish they had ultimately. I wish that Biden, if this was going to be the thing, I wish he had just not run again and let them have a primary. Um, I blame him if she loses tonight, honestly, just because I feel like there were better candidates than Harris. Um,
I agree.
and I think she's made some mistakes that I'm just like, what the fuck? Like not picking Josh Shapiro. I think that was a massive mistake to pick Walls over him.
Well,
Um,
what do you think about the argument of keeping Shapiro in his current position though?
yeah, I mean, that's what I had said is maybe their thought was, well, he's going to campaign for us anyway. But like to me, that's not the same as having him on the ticket. He's overwhelmingly popular in Pennsylvania, which they have to win Pennsylvania. Basically, I think if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she's going to lose. Um, and so to me it was like a baffling decision, and not just me, like any commentator was they mostly say the same thing, and the only reason they could think, and I kind of agree with this, is it's because he's Jewish and they were worried about pissing off certain people in the party, because of obviously the war in Gaza and stuff.
In truth, I
And that
mean, they've
logic,
already pissed these people off.
I know that was my
Kind of
thing. I was like,
ridiculous.
the ones that are going to vote for you are already going to do it. Like, I don't think if he was going to have an impact, it would be in that state. And it's far different having him campaign for you than having his name on the ticket right next to yours. Um, I don't
It
know.
would have been worth it if you secured Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Like
and maybe they're
really,
going to get it anyway. We don't know. We're watching it right now, so
I'm tepidly going to say they're going to get Pennsylvania just because of the political direction they've taken the last couple of years with people like Shapiro and Fetterman. I think Trump's popularity there's a little overestimated.
yeah, it's always hard for me. This will be really interesting to see because I've thought the same thing, but the problem is because the midterms told us a lot, and if it goes that way, she's going to win. But Trump seems to always throw a monkey wrench into things when he's on the ticket. You just don't like. It's hard to predict who's going to vote for him and why. Like I was listening to an interview with a guy who's coming out to vote for Trump, or just voted for Trump in Michigan, and they were asking like, "Well, why did you do this?" And it was just like because a lot of these people are not like you and me. They don't pay attention or care about politics that much. And the guy was like, "Oh, well, I heard that he was gonna do like tax-free overtime, and I work a lot of overtime, so I voted for him." And I was just like, "Oh my god!" Like, "Oh fuck." Okay, I mean, it's one guy, but it was still just like you forget like some of the things that factor into what people are doing are not like they don't make all these like consider as much shit.
Oh no, of course not.
You want to hear what he's
And
saying about?
no, we can see the infographic. You've listened to these these chuckle fucks enough, honestly. It there's something about this whole process, for on one hand, I do find it interesting. On the other hand, it is so tedious. It's just the same shit every year. I'm gonna try not to go on too many personal rants, but like we're gonna go down by county, and this county did this last time, but they did this 4 years
Oh
earlier,
yeah.
but they're on track doing this, and it's and then it goes up from counties to states. I watch it and I'm just like, what about votes? What about voters? Like it's depressing. When you're a registered Democrat and you vote in a red state that is never even going to have a chance of being a battleground state, it is a depressing, event every 4 years. It's just like, just call it. Now, that being said, I did notice the last couple days on Twitter, a lot of these like, conspiracy tech bros, they were going on about how the polls were engineered in such a way to diminish Trump turnout because of the predictions being made. And I think that they're probably freaking out about this now just based on how many electoral points or votes rather that he's won versus Harris. But they're gonna I just know they're saying that like, no, you still need to vote, you still need to vote. It's not over. Because the states that have been called, I mean, you've already gone over it. These are obvious, not remotely surprising states in the slightest.
No, yeah. There's only
But
the 7 that matter. I mean, they all
isn't that
matter, but
depressing?
they all matter. It's just that we know basically what's going to happen in most of them, and it depends. There's some that could theoretically, depending on how the polls are off, and I do believe the polls are off for a different reason. I don't believe it's purposefully engineered to hurt one or other candidate. I think that it's not really even conscious behavior. I mean, it is sort of, but I think they're trying to avoid getting it so wrong again, like they have the last couple times. And so they're doing things because the way you form a poll is not just we just ask all these people and then just report what they say. Like they adjust it. So not everyone in a poll's vote is counted the same. Like if you're of a certain demographic and they know this person is less likely to respond or whatever, they'll add an extra, 0.4 or whatever to those votes. And so they're trying to model the electorate. And usually they'll base it on the previous electorate. Some of them will try and project what they think the electorate will be, who's a likely voter, and all that stuff. So they're adjusting these weights. And I think they're doing it in such a way as to not have it be super different from the results of the last election or super different from any other poll. And I'm getting all of this from Nate Silver, who's one of the guys I've followed on this. He's one of the top pollsters. And he's saying basically, even if it were actually as close as all these polls were saying, you would expect there to be a lot more outlier polls than there have been. There's been almost none. And he said there was something like a 1 in 9 trillion chance that it would be like this, even if that was the actual case. So he thinks they're kind of hurting, I guess is what it's called, like grouping up, just trying not to look dumb. And I kind of buy that argument. It doesn't mean they're not close, but it could mean one of them is being very underestimated. And the argument for Trump would be historically he's been underestimated. The argument for Harris is because he was historically underestimated, they've compensated for the non-response bias of Trump voters, and maybe they're actually getting it accurate, and so it's overdoing it, and Harris is underestimated. But I don't know. That's kind of a complex thing. I think
I
we'll
could
see.
see them. I could see them subconsciously boosting Trump just so they don't repeat the predictions of
Well,
2016.
that's not even subconscious. They would do it on purpose because they know they underestimated him in those. So they know that they weren't getting all of the Trump voters. So what they would do in that case is they would know, well, Trump supporters are not answering our polls. So when a Trump supporter does answer our poll, we're not going to count it as 1. We're going to count it as, 1.3 or whatever. They mathematically determine what it should be. So they're definitely, at least they say they've openly stated they're doing this. I mean, this is what you do when you're making a poll. So we know they're doing it. We just don't know if they're getting it right. And I suspect they're not, but we'll see.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah.
And that's to live in the present.
Like I said, the time for speculation's over.
Yeah, no. We could talk a little bit
Mike.
more. Oh yeah, it'd be cool if Mike joined.
Yeah, Mike. My Twitter. What is my Twitter? I think it's what's my name now? It's just at Henry L. Walker is my Twitter. So if you look that up, you should be able to follow me and just tell me if you told me what your handle is. Did you already say? I don't know. I could send you an invite here in a second.
I do agree with what you were saying earlier that, I mean, there really wasn't much time even between the Democratic primary and when Biden decided to be done. So, what would have been a better move? You have to wonder the thought process. Like he does the primary and he thinks it's going to be fine. And there would be a good case for running him again because he's the only one that's ever beat Trump. So I get that, but there just was this growing resentment of him.
It was multiple things, I think.
I don't think it was even majority to do with him. You can talk about cognitive decline or whatever. I think that people were angry about a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
And they they have this, rose tinted view of the Trump presidency. Oh, things were so good.
Oh yeah,
things were not good.
No. And part of the problems we're having now, like the inflation we saw, that's both on Trump and Biden. It's on both of them. They both spent a ton of money into an economy that was effectively shut down, which is just like, if you know what causes inflation, it's you're pumping too much money into the economy and there's no, like, it's fine if you're pumping money into the economy through government spending, as long as there's an increase in the amounts of goods and services being produced. But there wasn't. There was not, like, they shut it all down. It was during COVID, and both of them spent like gobs of money, just like unleashed the hose of money into the economy. And they both, like, you want to know the two presidents that spent more money than anyone else in history? I'm not sure who's one or who's two, but it's the two of them. And so they're both to blame for that. Like, it just falls on Biden because he's president now. And, it is, I do blame both of them. I'm not going to like let it up on either of them for it. But, and then there's like the stuff with the border. I think those were the two things people were mad about: the inflation, the border. I don't know that people actually care that much about the wars. Other than, like, there's people like us, but I mean the mass population of people. I don't know how angry people are that there's a war in Ukraine and that we're supporting it.
It'd be goofy to care. We're not involved in these wars. They're not our wars. So that'd be dumb. But some people who are like true zealots, there's us. It's like two sides of the same coin. There's us, we really care, and then there's like people like Vance who want to unfreeze Russian assets. Yeah, he really cares too, but for completely different reasons.
Were we for Trump?
No,
we were not. No, we never have been.
But you're a man, Henry. You're a white man.
Yeah, no.
And he's your guy, right? That's the best we can do, right? That's our representative.
I guess,
I think it's kind of embarrassing. Not even kind of. Very. They're like, oh man, he does so well amongst white men. I'm thinking, really? We don't have anyone else? Like, this is our pinnacle, apparently? That's fucking sad. Why? We can't do better than that. It puts a lot of things into perspective, because I would love to, I've been online going out, against anti-white prejudice for years. And, I want to defend people against racism. And then you see a stat like that and you're like, okay, well, we're not all bad, okay? Like, some, sure, some could stand to improve, but I don't know. See, that's the thing. A lot of people support Trump for like culture war reasons, not understanding that it makes them look infinitely worse and essentially verifies everything a far leftist would ever say about them.
Yeah, I've tried to explain that to people before. They were baffled by that argument.
I mean, we've spent years, and I had no issue uh, defending the likes of Bill Maher or Sam Harris from far leftists because I knew that those were liberal guys who they had their heart in the right place. They were coming from a place of rationality. They weren't xenophobes. They were perfectly well-adjusted, level-headed guys and people who enjoyed, that sort of programming. But we don't need to fall on the sword for everyone. We really don't. We would if that was our job, if we really took it upon ourselves to do PR mop up for Donald Trump, there is nothing else we would ever do for
Oh
the
my
rest of
God.
our lives.
Yeah, I feel so bad for the poor bastards that have to run his campaign. But one
You
second,
know what?
I'll be back in 1
No,
second here.
you're all good.
I sent out the
You're all
link to
good.
Mike.
Come on, Mike.
I'll be right back. You can talk to entertain the chat, I guess.
How's it going, everyone? I find it funny that someone thought we were pro Trump. I need to get out here and do my anti-Trump spiel before anyone gets the wrong idea. But I'll say something about that one when Henry gets back. I am cautiously optimistic that Harris is going to squeak by and but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. I mean, that means that she's going to have to endure 4 years of deranged, slings and arrows from, your fellow 4chaner. It's not going to be good. We're not out of this. There is a lot of political derangement that needs to be excised. So her winning does not mean a return to normalcy by any means. I would not expect a real return to normalcy, potentially ever, but at least for like 8 years is my guess. It's unfortunate. It really is. It is unfortunate to have spent so much of my life watching just completely deranged, power mad clowns try to take control of, what once was a great country, what is now a debatably great country. It's sad. It's sad that this is even a thing, really. But we're going to see how it plays out. I'm not going to sit here and make any sort of bold claim like, oh, yeah, because then what if Harris loses? People are going to be like, oh, but you said, I said I hoped, really.
Okay.
But no, you're all good. I was going to say something, but it was something. It was something about the PR. I don't remember.
I was going to say about to go back to Biden. One of the things is I was pissed at Biden. I was saying for a long time there's no fucking way I would vote for him. Honestly, I would probably have caved on that. I don't know. Though thankfully I didn't have to. But I was pissed at him because of Afghanistan. So like I had a good reason. Because I blame him for that. I also blame Trump for that too. But like, Trump was out of office. Like he didn't have to do that. Trump shouldn't have done all the drawdowns he did and everything. He says he wouldn't, ultimately have done it, but the Taliban was already making moves while he was in office. I don't know if I buy that. But yeah, that was my thing. I'm still super pissed about that. Like that, I was like, I don't even know if I want to vote for Kamala because of it. But then I started seeing, okay, well, we're gonna have him again. It wasn't really her decision, even though she was in there, and and then I think the thing that pushed me over the edge was Trump picking Vance for his VP. Just like pushed me over the fucking edge.
Yeah,
It's like, you know what? I'm going all in. Fuck this.
That
How we
that
doing,
tells you
guys?
who's in his ears.
Hey,
Hey,
what's up,
man.
Mike?
What's up? Long time no speak.
It's events like this that just bring everyone together.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
like Christmas.
brings the crew back.
Yeah, I had to come crawling out of the woodwork for this one.
How are you feeling about this one, Mike?
It's
About a coin flip. That's how I feel.
Oh, geez. So
Like
you're
I'm.
useless. You're useless to us, Mike.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I am gonna ride the.
Gonna win?
I'm gonna ride the fence heavy like this whole time, and then I'm gonna pretend like I knew like the whole time after.
Oh yeah, that's actually the best way to go. Really.
Yeah.
Hey, there you
Actually,
go.
well, you can take the gamble and then act like you knew all along.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
a
people do that.
calculated gamble.
A lot of people
So-
bullshit and say like, "Oh, this person's 100% winning." They have no idea, and then then they'll come out and be like, "I told you all along." It's like, okay, you were right, but you were full of shit.
but you're full of shit. Yeah, I'm gonna say she squeaks it out by like a hair. It's gonna be real close.
270 to 268.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
Be like, what
That
is
would be
it?
insane.
I saw a map. Yeah,
That's
it'll
a
be.
good chance of that happening. There's a very good chance of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And
It's
I'm
gonna be
worried
closer
about
to that.
I'm worried about that because that's honestly one of the more likely scenarios is she takes all the Rust Belt states, he takes all the other swing states, she wins 270 to he gets 268. My big issue with that is yeah, she would win. She'd be the president, all of this. But they would go and they actually have almost a legitimate reason to be upset about that outcome, because the 2020 census got fucked up a little bit, and like no census is perfect, right? But apparently, and I've already heard them talking about this. This is how I'm aware of it. So be prepared for this if that happens. They're going to come out and say, "Well, look, the census was skewed in there, and in almost every way it was skewed, it ended up skewing towards blue states and away from red states, and the effect that has is." Like
They want to
how
rebalance the electoral college.
Yes, it would because that determines your congressional representation, and the electoral college votes are determined by a combination of your 2 senators plus all of your Congress seats. And so essentially the difference it would make is like 3 or 4 electoral seats that would be in automatic like red states essentially. And so yeah, just be ready for that one. And they're not wrong that the census. I believe the census was actually incorrect. It's just there's nothing you can do about it. Like it's already happened, and they're never completely 100%.
So the rhetoric that she's not a legitimate president will be ramped up.
Oh yeah,
Like if it's close enough in the electoral college,
and they'll have a real fact to be complaining about. It's just that it won't legally, I don't believe, matter. Because the official numbers are what they are. At least I think. I don't know. I don't know what a lawsuit could do. I feel it's very unlikely any judge or whoever would even decide that. I don't know. Would want to overturn a presidential election based on something like that, but I don't know. Like,
Did it change did that 2020 census change the electoral college though?
yes, it changed. So like certain states picked up seats, others lose. It changes it every time, because you change the
I'm just making
congressional.
sure.
Yeah, it changes the congressional seats that a state gets. The number of congressmen never changes, but that changes the electoral numbers. And what I'm saying is some of them were wrong in favor of blue states, but I think it was like one. And most of the ones that were wrong were hurting the red states, I should say. I think there was one blue state that got screwed on it, and I think it works out to a handful. So it doesn't matter if she wins like 276 or more. This is kind of irrelevant.
but if it is as close to like 270 versus 268, then
then it's highly relevant, and I
Yeah.
still don't think legally it makes a difference, but they will make a huge fucking deal about that. I'm just letting you know right now. Prepare yourselves.
The losing mantra has already been written, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not an ideal situation no matter what. Like, you don't want an election to be that close in an environment like this. Let's look at what are they saying in
especially
Georgia?
like if there was if the scenario was like Trump won the popular vote, but he lost the electoral college, which I don't even know if that's possible, but
I don't know. I've seen Republicans saying that. Not that he would lose the electoral college. They're saying he was going to win the popular vote and win like 40 states and crazy stuff.
It
no,
would be
that's not
funny
happening.
if Republicans en masse came out against the Electoral College. It could happen. I
That
could
would
see
be
it
the push,
happening
the
a
last
couple of
push that it
elections in the
needs.
future.
If they came out, if he won the popular and Democrats won the electoral, and yeah, I mean, of course they would. Like that, I think that's the main reason Democrats don't like the Electoral College, is because it hasn't been benefiting them in the last few decades. I think the last Republican to win the popular vote was George W. Bush in 2004.
It's inevitably going to happen when, a couple more states, flip blue. People are always talking about Texas. Hey, it could happen. Give it a couple of years.
I don't know. People have been saying that my entire life, and it has never materialized. So,
well, we have to get past this phase of radicalization. Then you might see things a little differently. If you have more normal candidates.
I can't really see the Republican Party moving away from like the right populism anytime soon, though.
I could see them. I think I've said this before. I think if Trump loses this, you're going to see a huge effort by the leadership in the party and by commentators, and tons of people I think are going to turn against Trump hard, just because he will have lost them 3 major elections in a row. No, more than that. 4, 5. He lost them 2018, 2020, 2022, and then this, so it'd be 4, I guess, plus all the small special elections. He basically helped the Democrats win the Senate in 2020 by telling them not to go vote in the runoff races in Georgia. He basically just handed it to them. So people were pissed, and it's come out, but it always gets suppressed because he, goes against them, and the numbers are on his side. But I just feel like
that's the problem. You're talking about leadership and commentators. The people, the actual voters, the Republican voters, are with him. They don't care what McConnell
see that, and that's why I think
commentator
it's not
has to say.
realistic.
But I don't know how many of them. I feel like it's closer to a 50-50 thing than you would think. Just and some of this is anecdotal, just from like people I know. But then when you see like the numbers, like Nikki Haley had gotten some of those, and his numbers from the first primary. And then you think about the fact that a lot of these people that are in the Republican Party now were, and this is, widely reported on, were not Republican voters before Trump. A lot of these people, even they're coming in just this year and the previous year, they're like people who would not otherwise have been voting, but they show up to vote for Trump. And that's why part of the problem I'm sort of nervous about this one right here is I don't think that those midterms necessarily reflect a big shift. Like we saw a big shift from the abortion voters with women and stuff. But I feel like there are people who will turn out to vote for Trump and no one else. Like these are the crazy people, QAnon people. Also just like people that aren't crazy, who are just not politically engaged, but they hear some wacky thing Trump says or something he says that no other Republican would say, like all this stuff about tariffs. Like most other Republicans don't like tariffs. Like that's not like they're free trade people. They like tariffs the same way Democrats would like them normally, is to use as cudgels and to use them as to punish people for things and stuff like that, and for security reasons. So we want to tariff stuff that's vital, that we want produced in the U.S. for security reasons, but we don't want to tariff, I don't know, sporting goods.
Exactly.
Like any other basic import or export.
Yeah.
There is something to be said about that, where in a Trump endorsement is not going to be the same as Trump running.
Yes, I think that's true.
So his effect it's very limited to himself. And in fact, sometimes his endorsement can be the death kiss for a lot of these candidates. But for some reason, it works for him.
Yeah, he's a unique person, I think. He's a political figure that he's hard to pull his support, and he's just a weird, force in politics.
A lot of it's because he's a celebrity.
Yeah,
in a way that all those other people weren't. Like Dr. Oz was a celebrity.
Well, yeah,
in quotes, but not like Trump. Not even close.
It would be like if Oprah ran, in the Democrat Party, except something like that.
Yeah, she's got an established brand,
All right.
That would be
Anything
wild,
new?
and it would be like, because then everyone knows you, and no matter how educated a voter is, there's going to be a draw to, well, I recognize that name. That means something to me. And then you look at your ballot, like I'll be looking at a ballot, and like you're like, I don't know a lot of like I don't know, local whatever.
The down ballot people.
Yeah,
I
like
looked them up.
they're
I looked
no
them
names.
up before. I make a point of doing it, just because I don't want to vote for MAGA people. Some of them, when you get really far down the ballot to like your really local stuff, it's not even a question of like your typical political divides. Usually, it's just because like the kinds of things you're arguing about on the city level are usually not like the sorts of stuff you argue about on the national or state levels. For me, it's more about just competence than anything. Like I saw in one of our elections, we had a guy running. He was the incumbent. He'd been doing this. He was a business owner. And at this point, there's not a partisan listing. So they're not listed as a Republican or Democrat. The guy running against him was like a 20-something waiter who was like obviously just running like in the election for no reason. I was like, yeah, no, thank you. I don't want this
It's
guy
either
deciding.
this or waiting tables.
I don't want this guy deciding where the street signs go. And well, it's not even a full-time job, I don't think. If you're voting for like city council, like you have to have a real job. But I don't want this kid deciding what zoning should look like in the city. I'll trust the guy that's been doing it for 10 years. I don't know what else he thinks, but
Did you vote for D's nuts in the primary?
no.
Oh, missed opportunity.
Have they called
Once in a
anything?
lifetime, right there.
Anything?
Yeah, it might have been good.
Here? Looks like they're just. I want to see this stuff on Georgia. I think Georgia is the one we're really going to know early. I don't know if you guys were listening earlier when I was talking about that. I think we'll know Georgia within hours. Maybe not if it's super close, but there's potential because they changed a lot of stuff in Georgia about how they process the vote to expedite it. So like instead of waiting to process the mail votes and early votes, they can do all of that ahead of time. Especially for mail votes, matters a lot because you have to open up an envelope, look at signatures, verify them, all that shit takes a while. But if you can do that days and days ahead of time, they just
so maybe we'll have like a decent idea of who's going to win.
I think we will
tonight.
in Georgia. If Georgia, it depends. If Georgia's close, it almost doesn't matter who wins it. That won't tell us a lot about the other states. If someone wins pretty well,
if they win decisively,
three or more points, I think then we're going to start seeing one of them which I suspect one of them, I don't know which, was underestimated by the polls. And if that's true, that person has a good shot at doing a sweep of the swing states.
Well, what do you think about Florida? What it seems like Trump's margin is about like 12% right now.
Yeah, he's going to win Florida. He's going to win Florida. That's not a swing state.
What is? Yeah, so Florida is just all the way red now.
Basically, yeah. DeSantis reshaped the state. DeSantis won by like 20 points in Florida. He won Miami-Dade County, which has been blue like forever, and Florida's very red now. It does
so
matter.
It doesn't really.
You want to see what the margins are going to be. If she outperforms them, then that tells you stuff about it. But the only states that matter, there's 7 of them. Like all of them technically matter, obviously. But it's just we know what those other ones are going to do. The 7 we don't is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia,
Arizona,
and Nevada. It's just those.
Yeah.
There's some that are marginal that if someone's having a big night, potentially they could have some upsets. Like we saw that one Iowa poll, that would be monumental if she even came close to winning.
Yeah, that was very interesting to me because I saw the Seltzer poll. And see, I have no idea how to evaluate because apparently people are spending time on Twitter arguing about polling methodology and Nate Silver's right and Nate Silver's and so I have no idea.
Listen to me, Mike. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Don't listen to them.
so I have no idea what to make of it because I don't spend my time looking. I know what the polls
no one
are.
else does either. Is the thing with that poll. So with that poll, she has predicted a lot of the upsets. She predicted Trump to outperform in 2016, which he did. She predicted him to outperform in 2020, which he did. And Obama also, whenever he had his big upset in the primaries there. So a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh, okay, well, she has to be taken seriously. The issue is there's just no fucking way Kamala's winning Iowa. But maybe it'll be close. If she wins by, or she only loses by like 3 points, that's a huge shift.
Yeah, because Trump led by like +8 there the last time.
Yeah, exactly. So it would more than like cut his winning in half. But, you know, I don't know. You just gotta, at this point, there's so much like crazy shit coming in, so much info and data.
I don't know what to make of it. I know what the averages are, but
there's no point in speculating anymore because the votes are coming in right now. So that's why I'm like, I'm done with
thank
all
God that whole shit is over.
Yeah, it's too. I don't know, especially with it being as confusing as it was this year.
And you can go
other places, like I was talking about, though. Another place that if Trump was having a big night, he could shift. New Hampshire would be one. It's probably not going to happen, but like if he was having a huge night, that would be one he could flip, maybe, because I think she's only projected to win it by like 3 or 4 points. So it's a lot closer, I think, than a lot of people were thinking. But
yeah, well, so far everything that's happening so far is like expected.
Yeah, so far they haven't called any. Like I said, it's only the 7. Georgia should be the first one of the battleground, the swing states that we see results from. Oh, damn, they're tied in North Carolina. It's only 14% in.
It could happen.
Do you want to hear the guy talking about Virginia?
Not particularly. We could there was something we were talking about earlier, and it was, you were critical, Henry, of Biden waiting so long to decide he wasn't running, and that essentially forced them into this position where they had to run Harris. They had to run her
because of the money,
because of how late that withdrawal was. If he had done it earlier, they could have had a primary, but you have to kind of consider the cons of that too, because that would communicate like no faith in not just Biden, but the entire administration, in Harris as well. Yeah, Harris would definitely participate in the primary, but
I
don't know.
You want a unified party going in.
I think that's part of the thing is she's tainted because the administration was tainted. That's why I think like someone outside of it would have done better. And I also don't think it's the time to be running a woman. And I know that sounds horrible. And maybe it is because of the abortion issue. I could be totally wrong on this, but like I felt like that affected Hillary's chances partially because it's experimental. You're running something like for better or worse, they've never won before. And so there's a question there. Now she's doing exceptionally well with women, and maybe part of that is because she's a woman. I feel like the main reason for that is because of the abortion issue. It could be wrong.
Yeah, women largely agree with her.
Yeah, I don't know, but like my more salient point on that is just that I feel like someone outside would do better. I see what you're saying, whereas there's by the time he decided to drop out, how do you do it? People talked about a mini primary. Basically, what would happen is the voters couldn't decide. Like that time had passed. It would be the delegates at the convention voting on a handful of candidates that are essentially the only kind of viable people. There would have been maybe 4 or 5 of these people. People like Josh Shapiro. Is it Gretchen Whitmer? And maybe Gavin Newsom, and then Harris probably would be the people.
It's not to say that is like a bad thing to do, but I don't think it jives all too well when you have this big push for democracy and you're making such a big point about how Trump is anti-democracy. It's either you give the people a chance in a primary or you run Harris, who the people already elected, in tandem with Biden.
Yeah.
So
And we
then
still got
you're
that.
letting the people's voice be heard to some degree more than if you had let the delegates decide on who the nominee was going to be.
And we still got that criticism to a degree about, oh, she's not. She
Yeah,
was
but
what did they say? Coordinated, and I think really the main issue was the money.
coordinated. See,
Coordinated.
that's the kind of phrase that someone would use who doesn't do a whole lot of planning. Someone like Trump who has concepts of plans. Oh my God, that was so coordinated. Yeah, like anything in politics.
No, I didn't mean
Okay.
coordinated. I meant to say it was like a coronation. She was
Oh, okay. No.
coordinated. Yeah, but they also said coordinated, I guess. That's what I was saying, was like, this seemed like the leadership just got together and picked her. But I think it was mainly because there was a legal thing where they already raised a shitload of money. And there was some question about, would you not be able to transfer all of that money to whoever the new candidate is? Whereas with Harris, her name's on the ticket, so it makes it easier to give her the money. Whereas if we were trying to give that money to whoever some other person was, the campaign war chest, it would be, you might not be able to do it. I heard Andrew Yang saying, oh, well, they could just transfer it to a third party person and then have them donate all the money to them. I'm guessing there's some reason that probably doesn't work, and he was just, saying that. I don't know. For whatever reason, it was definitely easier to transfer all of that money just directly to her, because it's effectively the same campaign. Her name's on the ticket. Legally, I think it just worked out better.
Yeah, I think she probably gives the Democrats the best chance to win.
Really?
Like, if they had run a primary, it's like, you already don't have a divided party. You already don't have a unified party, and you don't have like the name recognition of somebody who had already been on the ticket. I don't know.
I just think my thinking was, in this case, I think that helps, is because I feel like there were so many negatives. People were mad. They were, didn't feel good about the economy or immigration or any of these other things. And they, for right or wrong, they blame the current administration for how things are. So I think, like I was saying, I felt like she was tainted by that. And then on top of it, I just don't know that, like, personally she does as well as others would, just because of who she is. Her polling numbers were not great. They're much better than they were when she was just VP. Right now, she's doing better than I would have even thought. But I don't know. I like Josh Shapiro. I thought he probably could have done better, but you never know. It's all speculation.
He doesn't have the name recognition though, and
but he would. He'd get it.
He could, but with the time they had, it's. I think they're.
I feel like Shapiro probably would have been the better VP pick, though.
He basically just hands you Pennsylvania if he's at the top of the ticket. If he's a VP, I think he probably gets you Pennsylvania. And like I've been saying, you have to, essentially, the Democrats have to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
if just Pennsylvania, he wins.
It's like Shapiro is well liked in Pennsylvania, and that's the thing. I feel like it would have been much more secure if they had picked Shapiro over Waltz, because I don't really know what Waltz offers, and not that it really matters so much, but
no, yeah, it's true. I think it would only matter in Pennsylvania, and it would only matter by a little bit. But Pennsylvania is basically tied, so it's like the perfect
Keystone
scenario.
State,
so it's like the perfect scenario where it's like, okay, well, if he only shifted it 0.5%, that would probably be enough.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
It is winner takes all. Then again, I'm thinking about this. I don't think Vance does anything for Trump, really.
I think
he's just like a stooge. He's not Mike Pence. That's it.
It doesn't pick up any independents that would,
Certainly.
maybe, yeah.
I think Trump should have nominated, if he was being smart, he would have put Rubio on there. Rubio comes off, like, personally, I like Rubio better than JD Vance. I think most people would. And, he's trying to turn out the Hispanic vote. You got Marco Rubio on there. He's Hispanic. Part of the issue with that is both Rubio and Trump are from Florida. And so one of them would have to change their state of residence, because technically you can't, like the electors it's all this weird shit, but the electors can't technically vote for a candidate for VP and for president that are both from the same state. So that would cause issues. But this was an issue with um, Dick Cheney, I believe it was, and George W. Bush. And Cheney just changed his residence back to Wyoming, and it was all solved. So it shouldn't be that much of an issue. But
Yeah, but in this case, it's not so simple.
no, yeah, I mean, I think it's more that Trump just liked JD. He was a yes man. He's more in line. Rubio's more of a moderate.
Yeah. See, I think
Rubio
JD
was
Vance
also
is a yes
attacked
man.
him. Trump doesn't forgive people who attack him in any capacity.
He is
He was
considering
never.
Rubio. He's considering Rubio. Well, I mean, yes, of course he does. JD Vance called him Hitler. So I mean, like if you come back and suck his dick enough, he'll forget it.
But
you
you
got to
also
really
have to
get,
remind that
get in there.
Vance didn't. I mean, to Trump, I kind of doubt that's much of an insult. Even
Oh
he
well,
would probably be he'd probably be kind of infatuated with the powers that gave him, really. But the ultimate insult, I think, is running against him in a primary. Vance didn't do that.
He is considering. Rubio was on his short list, apparently, and I think he's considering Rubio for a cabinet position. So no, I don't think. A lot of people ran against him that he is friendly with now, like Cruz. As long as you're sufficiently sycophantic enough, following that, I think he does. He's fickle. I think he is fickle, and you see this with with the dictators. Like they're mean to him, they're fighting one minute, and then the next minute he's like palling around with them. I don't think he takes the stuff he says as seriously, or as most people do. He just thinks, oh, it's just talk. I don't think he takes words very seriously, I guess is what I should say. I don't think he does. I think he says, oh, well, I'm just saying that, or it's a negotiation. If you listen to the way he speaks, this is all about, oh, we're just talking and I'm saying this and whatever. Or, oh, no, now we like him. Now we like him. Or he's an awful guy. Like he flip flops from minute to minute on what he's saying. So he'll say extreme stuff, but I don't know that he even takes his own rhetoric very seriously.
If he wins,
you make a good point.
If he wins, he's going to execute Liz Cheney on live television in front of the whole nation.
Doubtful.
They already did that to her politically, so really.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, I thought that even that comment, like, he was obviously calling her chicken hawk, but if you take the one part of it, it damn sure does. Like, it's very easy to make it sound like he's talking about putting her in front of a firing squad, but he was obviously saying to give her a gun and go send her into battle, and she would freak out, and she would never want to send soldiers into battle, and all these. She was calling her chicken hawk. He was just doing it in the most like Trump inelegant manner possible.
I mean, honestly, to me, that's even more offensive. So, but that's just coming from my own sensibilities.
I'd rather you just execute me.
like I could commend that, like that would take balls to say, but if you're just going to repeat like what leftist loser anti-interventionists say online, like that's not cool or edgy. That's lame shit.
Yeah, I think
that sounds like something Noam Chomsky would say.
Yeah, I think I saw on Twitter, like Ben Shapiro was bitching about that. He was like, well, he's not calling for me killed, but this is a bullshit argument. He was like pissed about it because he was like, this is what they were saying about George W. Bush back in the day. And it's like, well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, see, it's so bizarre to see people play both sides of the fence with it because, like, on the one hand, he'll make comments like that, but then, people like Ben Shapiro will advocate for Trump because, he's better on Israel. And
supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly.
He draws a lot of, incendiary hate toward Israel. I'll say that. Like he puts a lot of eyes on Israel. He's real good at that, I'll say.
Oh, look who else is in the chat. Got Jaeger.
Hello.
Haven't seen him in a while. You want to come on, Jaeger? I don't know. We'll see.
we'll have a Wyoming overrepresentation for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have like half your population on.
Yeah, for real. How have you guys not shifted the vote there yet? You're complaining about this. There's only like 5 of you there. Just convince the rest of them, Reese. Have them over for dinner one night. Have everybody over for dinner.
The sad part is, if people cared, you could realistically turn most states into battleground states if you got people to give a fuck.
Yeah, most people don't care. Yeah,
It's so
they'll
sad.
turn out to vote. This is one of my problems where I don't like the thing where it's like, just go vote. I don't care who you vote for, or if you know anything about it, just go vote. And I'm like, dude, part of the problem I think we have now is that so many people go vote that don't pay any fucking attention to any of this shit. Like, you can listen to this when you listen to their interviews. Like, there was a guy interviewing Trump. He asked him, like, oh yeah, Mike Pence. What happened to Mike Pence? What happened to that guy? Why isn't he around anymore? It's just like, are you fucking kidding? This was a guy interviewing him on a podcast. And I was like, you don't know why Mike Pence is not with Trump anymore?
Yeah, whatever happened to that Pence guy?
Like, it was so bad. Let me see if I might play this ad. It was so fucking funny. Like, Kamala turned it into an ad. Was how bad it was, but. Oh, your vacation.
Oh, you're
Cody,
doxing him. It's over.
Well, he said it in the chat. I don't know. He doxed himself.
No, but
Yeah,
he's
you
on
just gave out your
vacation there.
location. Now all 20 people in Cody, Wyoming can come after him.
Yeah, that duck guy's here. That's funny. Yeager's a good guy. Look, I would love. Here's the thing. It's not impossible. We'll definitely talk more about Wyoming, once it inevitably comes up. And spoiler alert, it's going to be red.
Oh, no way.
But that doesn't need to be the case because Colorado doesn't go red, and there's a lot of political conflict in Montana, and Nevada goes blue a lot these days.
Well, they have something you don't, which is a big city.
Yes.
That's
what it takes.
Yeah, you've got Cheyenne. Is that?
Yeah, what's the largest population center in Wyoming?
It's nothing.
It's like
that's the problem. There's no population.
Nothing there is what
just
it is.
Open fields.
Ouch, but it's true.
It's
Sounds like a great place to live.
It's like Indian reservations and like unpopulated land. It's like,
and look, it's a great state. I don't want to sound like a complete hater, but it's disappointing to see like it's like our time to shine. Like, oh, everyone on TV is about to talk about us. And what, your guy's Donald Trump? What? Like, that's what everyone knows you for. That's not good. Everyone knows us for supporting Trump and anti-gay hate crimes. These are not good things to be known for. Holy shit. It breaks your heart. You want, because I have no issue, living here. I enjoy it, but shit.
So West Virginia, they flipped that seat, but that's not surprising at all.
Oh yeah, you were talking about Manchin's, Joe Manchin's seat.
Yeah, that everyone knew that was.
Oh well, I've already predicted, or maybe I haven't. I don't know if I ever talked about the Senate race. I'm like almost 100% sure the Republicans are going to take the Senate no matter what happens.
Well, they just needed a flip, like one seat, right?
Yeah, they only need to flip. They already flipped, I think, one. Maybe that was the West
Virginia. West Virginia is guaranteed.
Yeah, that one was guaranteed, and that makes it a tie, and then it would come down.
And then they just need to win, but between Ohio or Arizona or
yeah. The map was just better for them this go around. There was just more that were competitive that they could pick up, and so I think that that was 100% going to happen. The House, I don't know as much about the House, how that could go. I feel like the Democrats are probably going to take it back, but I don't know.
I would assume whoever wins the presidency will probably also get the House.
Probably a good guess, yeah. Probably a good guess.
it is interesting. I mean, I suppose not surprising at all, but there is so much importance put on the one election, the presidency. But see, that's the problem, when you just urge people to vote, there needs to be some education about the other people running. Okay, maybe not the local yokel running the school district. Okay, but the people going to Congress, absolutely. You got to know.
Yeah, because I voted I voted split ticket. So I voted for Congress as a Republican. For obviously for president, I voted Harris, and then I voted for the Democrat in the Senate, which was Aldred. But the reason I did that isn't because I like Aldred or even party reasons. It's just that I really don't like Ted Cruz, and I'm basically just anti MAGA people at this point. But I am like the guy I voted for in the Congress. I don't know a ton about him, but like what I do know is he's very hawkish in favor of Ukraine, which tells me a lot about him. If you're a Republican and you're doing that, and he was basically criticizing the Biden administration for not doing enough for Ukraine, and not giving them all the weapons, which I totally agree with. And I'm like, yeah, I like that guy, and I'm going to go with him, even though it wasn't
I don't think
competitive. But
no, but it's always worth a shot.
I support people
It's
like that. Like if you're in that party, I'm like, I don't care. Which and the other thing is like with abortion, at this point, the only things that matter, I guess you could say the presidency matters because there is, in theory, a way they could reshuffle the Supreme Court, but that would take, they'd have to go through appointments. It would take forever. The most important thing with abortion now is state level representation. Like, if you care about abortion, you need to vote for your state level representatives. Like, and if you're, someone who's a centrist or right wing or whatever, and you don't want to vote Dems nationally for different reasons, you could still vote in your state, and that's really what's going to decide the abortion laws within the short term, the next 50 years, probably at least. Before it was just, it's hard for me to imagine that they're going to reshape the Supreme Court and actually get people in there that reverse that decision again. Like I think that's kind of pie in the sky stuff.
No, I have no faith in that. And I've often said about Roe v. Wade, it was miraculous and it was very undeserved. Like you have to think like that came around in the 70s. Like what? We had more freedom in the 70s than we do now, but it's like, yeah, we did. Like I don't know what to tell you, but that's just how it was. But things have changed and a lot of people have become radicalized since then.
Yeah, and I do think
And
it's going to
they
drive
have
out
a
the
lot of
turnout.
representation in Congress. Yeah, any of this talk of like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to Congress and we're gonna have a law, federal law. Like, no, you would
Yeah,
need
no.
to build up that power, but it shifts all the time because people are dissatisfied for other reasons. You need to convince people of this simple fact that this is a long game and you need to be committed. You can't just be angry for one day every 4 years. That's not good
Yeah.
enough. You have to be consciously and commit, I don't even know how to phrase this. You have to be educated and committed to that cause over decades.
Yeah, and you've got to
No
be
one
able to
really wants to do
convince
that.
people, because I think what's going to ultimately happen is you will be able to shift a lot of these places if people realize, like, you don't have to change on everything to like change the state law. You can support people in your state legislatures and keep supporting whatever Republicans you want in Congress, the national levels, or whatever. But like, if you want it to be, and maybe a lot of people, most people don't agree with either extreme on that. The American people are essentially they think the first term should be completely protected and free. Second term, they're kind of iffy on split. And then third term pregnancies, they don't think they should have aborted. And then they think there should be exceptions for life and especially the life and health of the mother everywhere. I mean, even in the deepest red states, that's like an exception. They're a little bit split on rape. That depends. Most American people are not split on that. They think there should be exceptions for rape. There are, farther right people that don't agree with that. But I think you'll end up seeing it shift state by state more than it is now.
Yeah, that's depressing. But that was the consequence. Here's the thing. These are things that liberals predicted. Even before the 2016 election was decided. And I remember all throughout that you had people saying, and I love when these old tweets get dug up from them, like, oh, it's Hillary's trying to make Supreme Court out to be such a big issue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's give Trump a chance. And then like maybe he's not Christian right. He's actually destroying the Christian right. And then he does the entire Christian right platform, and all those people have egg on their face forever. But then they keep talking. See, that's what gets to me. They keep talking and they expect to be listened. Do they not understand that the liberals were right and you were wrong? And maybe it's time to shut the fuck up forever, because not only have you cost people their freedoms, but you have put people in mortal danger in some of these red states. People suffering internal issues. They need an abortion. They can't get it. It's for a health reason. They can't get it. The laws they're all tied up. There's all this red tape now.
Yeah,
thanks,
I think some of that's
thanks for fucking us over, basically.
I think a lot of that's confusion about the law, because there shouldn't be any issue getting an abortion if you actually have a health concern. Other issues with
the thing
it
is,
are
though,
the way
sometimes
it does impact them is you'll have women who otherwise would have gotten an abortion through a normal process, who, like, there was a woman that died in Georgia, I think it was, or one of these states. Then maybe it wasn't Georgia. It was somewhere where they had like a 6-week ban. And essentially what she did was, it was too late for her to get an abortion, and she decided to get some abortion pills and just take them. The issue was, it was like too late in the pregnancy to be taking those pills. And so it started doing its thing, and that ended up killing her, because you can't just take abortion pills if you're too far along in your term. You had other ones, like there was a case in Texas where they should have been able to abort it, but the doctors seemed like they didn't understand the law, and they were too nervous, and they ended up not doing it. And then the girl died. So
see, but
there's a lot of
I would blame confusion on the nature of the laws being so stringent in the first place, and any punishment related
I
to
agree.
that.
I
Like, of
agree with
course,
that.
it creates this environment of fear. These are we're interfering with what doctors need to be doing. That's how fucked this is.
I think what they
They
should
can't
do.
do what they need to do because the small government people, wink, they want to put their red tape everywhere. These people are not small government. I'm so sick of this bullshit. What are their top issues? It's this and the border. You cannot possibly call yourself small government
Oh well,
if
and now
you're
they're all
wanting to put red tape on that issue and deport millions of people. That's bullshit.
and now they're all big spending too. So they can't even pretend to be small government on literally anything. Like, they're not in favor. I mean, I guess there's tax cuts, but they're all in favor of blowing out the
Yeah,
spending.
for
And
Musk,
you will
for the
not hear a
wealthy.
damn word from a Republican about cutting entitlement spending. Like, not even, it won't even be brought up. Like, Trump will shut it down so fucking fast. Like, he's a big spender. But back to the abortion thing.
And the
I
big
think
spending.
with the laws on that, obviously I'm pro-choice, so I think that they should just, like I said before, I was fine with Roe v. Wade. I would be fine if they pick some other neutral ground, like if they just cut it and split it in half and said, like, halfway through, it's only the exceptions after that, and before you can just do it. I'd be fine with any kind of middle ground thing like that. But if they're going to have these restrictive laws and they're going to say we're okay with the exceptions, in order to avoid that stuff, they need to rewrite every one of those laws to make it clear that they will essentially err on the side, like, essentially they give the doctor, what would you call it? They give them leeway. They basically err on the side of the doctor if they make that decision. They would have to overwhelmingly prove that he was like doing illegal abortions or whatever, and so they're giving him like the discretion to just decide, okay, this is a health risk. And I know they don't want to do that, but because I think what they're worried about is, the doctor's gonna say like, oh well, she's feeling mental distress because she doesn't want to have the baby, so this is a health risk or whatever. But I think they need to redo that, especially in Texas. And obviously,
I never
this is an
understood
argument.
why
This is
that.
not an argument for left-wing people. This is an argument if you're someone who lives in a red state, you should make to right-wing people to try and get them to make your shitty law a little less shitty, is the way I would put it.
It's bad. I never understood the outrage over the mental health concern. I think it's just a complete dismissal of what the process of pregnancy would be like. And obviously we can't imagine, but really, do you want someone who's mentally unwell, unfit to be responsible for rearing another person? Like,
well, I think the
sounds
thing
kinda
about
dumb.
that is that it's just not the same. It's essentially, it's just the same as getting an abortion just because you happen to want one. It's just it might not be that, but the problem is you would never be able to actually make that distinction in reality. Like you wouldn't be able to say like, oh, this person is like, like they're saying they're going to kill themselves if they don't get their abortion. It's like, well, what do you do with that? It's like okay. It's hard. And so I do believe in drawing a line somewhere. Like I'm not like an 8-9 month abortion on choice person. I don't believe in that. But
I don't care to draw a line because really, I think that if you're going to do it, there's no way. What are the chances of someone waiting that
well, yeah,
long?
that's my
It's
point.
It's
So
a
like,
boogeyman.
why? So
It's a
like, why
boogeyman
would
issue.
you? That's my point. Is like you've got plenty of time to do it. Why do you need to do it? If you're going to do it at 8 or 9 months, that would only be because of a health reason anyway. So like, why would you care if it was restricted at that point? Other than you want it for discretionary reasons, which is like from what I've seen, even when they do it in the later terms, most of the time it's not for health reasons. It's for the same reasons they do it in earlier terms, but it is a boogeyman. You're right to some degree because even what we're talking about here is such an infinitesimally tiny number of cases at this point that it's hard to even generalize about them. But that's why I'm okay with like cutting out, because I'm like, dude, if all of it happens before that, and for most people they don't like the idea of doing, like I don't, I like at that point it's just like you could in many cases you could just induce a pregnancy. um I mean, it might not be good for the fetus, and I don't know, that could have, it's a complex moral thing, but um I don't know.
I think
That's
one of
where
the
I was
difficulties of
fine. I
like
was fine with Roe
evaluating
v.
the
Wade. I thought Roe v. Wade was a good compromise.
I think one of the difficulties of evaluating the election for me was kind of how animating of an issue abortion was. Because it's true, like people have like a lot of diverse opinions about it. It's not,
Oh, look, she's
it's not.
outperforming Biden in the Atlanta counties. Well, not that one, but she's at least close. And that's what they were talking. I want them to go back to the statewide in Georgia, because this is really the one I'm most interested in. They only have, oh, that's the county. They're still only 16% in these Atlanta counties. There's 84 in that one. She's way outperforming Biden in that one. Way outperforming him there. So that's all very good for her.
These are like the big population centers.
Yeah, well, you see the blue blob in the middle where Atlanta is in Georgia?
Yep,
You know, on the
yep.
screen? Like 70% of the population of Georgia lives right there.
See, this was a good argument for running her because Biden did well and obviously won. But I think among certain subsets, certain counties, yeah, she's just going to bring out more people.
I thought she could turn out the black vote better. For just identitarian reasons, I thought she could. And that was my argument for giving her Georgia on my map that I did. We'll see if that's true or not.
I'm leaning toward her getting Georgia, but we'll
I've
see.
said she would. I called her. I don't know if you guys saw my video, but I basically called her winning every swing state except Arizona, and I obviously had very different reasons for each one. Um, Part of the thing on Georgia was I thought she'd turn out the black vote even better than Biden did. Um, I was kind of hesitant on that because I was like, well, can she? The fact that she's a woman might hurt her with that because they tend to be more socially conservative in certain ways. But also, there's the identitarian factor. Um, it's hard to say. Biden was Obama's guy. There's a lot of difficult to say, but we'll see.
So will the fact that she's black mitigate the fact that she's a woman?
Yeah. Well, because like 30% of the population, like a third
This
of the
is a fucked up
population
way
in
of saying
Georgia,
it.
30% of the population in Georgia is black. So I feel like that's a big factor there. It's huge.
It says a lot about our political discourse, really.
Yeah.
But these things are important. Maybe not to us, but
Well,
certainly to
for
a lot of people.
For anyone hearing, it sounds like we're just generalizing about groups of people and making these wild things about, oh, these people think this way, and they're like, well, I know plenty of people that don't think. We're talking about a national election with like millions and hundreds of thousands of people, so we have to generalize. Like that's it's just the way it is. We literally are generalizing. That's how you're gonna talk about this. So
it's so early on, but just kind of looking at the electoral vote so far in total, it does give me a continued bit of hope because he's running out of guarantees, whereas Kamala is behind, but she has yet to hit her big jackpots. And I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is still leaning blue. Like I'm very hopeful about that. And I'm also hopeful about Michigan.
Oh yeah. Well, I also think another thing, if you pay attention like we do, everyone will tell you those 3 states, the Rust Belt states, usually since like the past 30 years, they always vote together. So whoever wins Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, extremely likely that they're going to win all of those. And if Kamala wins those 3, she wins the election. It's not the same for Trump. If he won one of them, it doesn't mean Kamala's done. Like if she doesn't win one of them, it would be really hard for me to imagine her winning if she lost one of those, but she doesn't have to necessarily. It would be crazy to me though, because the one she's most likely to lose would be Pennsylvania, and I think if she loses that, I can't imagine her winning something else that would make up for that. But we'll see. And someone asked earlier if we were losing. I assume you're talking about. Yeah. So, well, technically, Kamala is losing right now. Yes, that's in the Electoral College. But there's like I've said before, only 7 states that really matter. That we don't know what's going to happen.
We don't
with.
know the results in any of those. And like I
Jill
was just
Stein won a county. I fucking hate
county.
Jill Stein. Jill Stein is, oh my god, she should not be in this. I don't know how much of a difference she actually makes because I feel like a lot of those people would not vote. They would either not vote or not vote for like. I don't know that they're going to vote for Kamala if Jill Stein's not in the race.
What county did she win?
I don't know. I don't even think that's true. I think she was ahead.
Clown County.
Yeah, Clown County. Clown County, probably in Vermont.
I saw that Robert Kennedy Jr. got a couple votes, and I thought,
really?
Actually, I think people. I don't know if he was running or if people wrote him in, but
they
maybe
left him
enough
on the
people wrote
ballot.
him in.
They decided by law, I think in Michigan and some of the other states, by law, he was already on the ballot. He had to stay on the ballot.
That's actually a problem because those people probably would have voted Trump. So
probably he's on the ticket.
They're probably pissed about that. Like, we gotta use those.
You have to remember, dude, some of these places, the early voting starts so early that people were already voting before RFK like joined Trump, I believe. I don't remember how long ago exactly, but some of these places started voting in September. So that's crazy to me. I don't even think you should vote that early. Like I'm for early voting, but like 2 or 3 months ahead, so much can change in there. Like, that just doesn't seem right. Like, you don't really know what's going to happen. I don't know. That's a little wild.
At that
It's
point,
a little bit
they were
early
lucky
for me.
to have. They were lucky to have Kamala on the ticket at that
Yeah.
point.
Well, yeah, that was a big deal for them. They were like, if we're going to do something, we have to do it now.
Yeah, it's going to be such a short campaign.
Because Pennsylvania started voting in September. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a second. You guys can watch this.
So, yeah, just to kind of touch on what was being said earlier, technically Trump is winning, but that's just how the Electoral College is. And a lot of his guarantees are East Coast. Or,
yeah, I wouldn't even say really that he's winning. Like he's winning the states that he's expected to win, but this is not like a particular surprise. Like once New York and California comes in, it's going to look a lot more even. Like we'll have a better idea of who's winning once the Georgia results become more clear.
Then it's there's a few others, but really it's the 3 states. It's the 3 Rust Belt states that I'm most interested in. And because I don't think the other ones are really going to be too surprising, I'm not holding out hope for Georgia or North Carolina. It'd be nice for Georgia, and definitely not holding out hope for Arizona. Holy shit, no, never. But the Rust Belt states, yes. We'll see how that goes. I'll take a moment to acknowledge the elephant in the room that it's a depressingly close result so far after one of the candidates refused to relinquish power 4 years ago. Dude. See, it's things like this that give me pause about everything, that make me think, should we really be exporting our power around the world? In an ideal world, it's a good thing. It's a good thing when we're helping an allied nation like Ukraine. I definitely would not be counting on that when in the event that Donald Trump is president and JD Vance is in his ear 24/7. Kamala is currently ahead in Kansas. Yeah, I'm not sure how much that matters, but that is interesting.
If it's like 1%, then it doesn't matter.
I don't. I'm not holding out hope for that.
No.
Now, if she won Iowa, though, I would
curious
be
about
shell
Iowa.
shocked.
I'd be completely floored. Everyone wants to see what happens there because, Ann Seltzer's taken very seriously and she's called a lot of upsets, but basically no serious person, even left-leaning people, like, no, we could go to TYT right now. And I don't even think like Cenk Uygur would think she's winning Iowa.
We're going to find out whose methodology was right.
I'm looking at the Google Associated Press result, and yeah, Kamala is with 36% reporting. She's ahead 51.7 to 46.8. That's not nothing. That's an okay lead. Yeah.
What? Well, was Kansas the one that had that big upset on the abortion special election? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
They put an abortion law on the books, and abortion has been winning in like everywhere where it goes. Like in Florida, part of the reason I think Florida is doing so well with Republicans is they went ahead and split that off. They were like, let's just put abortion on the ticket as its own issue. And they were like, let's not have that attached to any of our candidates. Let's just ask the voters, do you want this? Whatever their abortion ban was it 8 weeks?
See,
it was something like that. And they're like, just let them vote on that. And like, we'll split that off from the Republicans as a whole.
It's sad when that's an improvement, but hey, take what you can get, really. It's better than 6 weeks. Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It might have been 6 weeks because whatever it was, Trump was pissed. He was like, why the fuck are you doing an abortion ban? Trump's been running away from the abortion issue.
Because he's full of shit. He doesn't actually oppose abortion. He's probably overseen several himself.
Yeah. No doubt. He's probably paid a ton of money.
it's all performative. It's all an act.
He
I do
probably
kind of
has
remember
more
something.
like aborted kids than he does like actual kids. If I had to bet.
Sad. Here's the thing. I think I was going to say something about this earlier, but I totally forgot about it. There's a part of me that likes Trump, and that's because he's the other side's problem. And I also think that he is the best person on their side. I think he's like the most moral sometimes. He's not a Vance who's like a total zealot. He's someone whose mind you could change, but that's also a problem with him. His mind can be very easily influenced. It's very performative. It's like whatever he thinks is going to get him praise, no matter how devastating it is for the country, he will do it, even if he doesn't personally support it. So him doing something like that, him putting in place the people who overturn Roe, I do see it as a type of betrayal. Donald Trump was a liberal at some point. He should not be doing this, but he wanted easy praise. He was like, who are the easiest people to impress? Well, and the rest is history. That's what happened. But I am not convinced at all that he is a true blood conservative. Not in any way. I think it's all just about him and what
He
he thinks
definitely
people
doesn't
will
have
like.
like a commitment to conservative ideology.
Oh yeah, there's the
No,
Kansas.
not at all.
He's catching up in Kansas. It looks like, kind of expected. This is why I like to hear sometimes the commentators, because it matters a lot, like where the vote has come in and where it hasn't.
Yeah,
So like in
we could
Georgia,
listen if you want.
well, no, I'm not going to listen to him. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that's part of the reason you would do it, is because like I don't know the fucking county by county whatever, but like in Georgia, he's up pretty big right now. But I believe there's still a lot of the vote that's left is coming from where Harris is, that Atlanta area. And from what I saw them putting up on here earlier, she's outperforming Biden, which is a really good sign for her. That's really good. Now, we'll have to see how that pans out. She's still behind the overall state vote.
I'd be beyond shocked if Biden performed better with the black voters, with the young voters than Kamala. There's just no way. There's no way.
I said that too about Gen Z. I feel like for all the talks about polling, they have not been capturing them as a generation well, because like what do you guys do when you get a call on your phone from a number that's not in your contacts that you don't know? Like what do you typically do with that?
Block it.
Send to voicemail.
Yeah, exactly.
Bye-bye.
You don't answer it. You don't answer it because if it's someone you know, you're going to get a text, right? Or they're in your contacts, or maybe you're expecting a call from, you're applying for jobs. I don't know. Maybe then you answer it. Everyone I know that's young, and we're like millennials and people younger than us, I feel like they do the same shit. They're probably like feel panicked when they get a call from a number they don't know. Because of the way all the Gen Z kids are. So I feel like there's no way, if you're doing phone call polls, you're not going to be representing them in any poll.
Gen Z doesn't know what phone calls are.
I don't think they answer polls is my thing. So I feel like they're probably more like politically engaged. And there's ways to account for this. I've explained before. It's guesswork though. And, what you would do is, well, we know Gen Z doesn't respond at this percent or whatever. So we're going to just go ahead and count this person as, 2 or 3 votes compared to whatever they actually are. And it's guesswork. I feel like Gen Z is probably more politically active, especially among the young girls. Because, like, you think about who does abortion actually matter for? It would be younger women, particularly. So that was one of my guesses. I don't know. We'll see if it pans out. Also, this is the stuff I'm saying right now is also kind of counterintuitive to typical traditional logic on this, because young people also are notoriously bad at just turning out to vote in general. Or
But
they're
there
all
was a
voting for
definite-
Jill Stein. They're voting for Jill Stein because, they think Kamala's committing genocide in Gaza.
Sure. There was a definite push to get them out for Kamala, though.
Oh, yeah. That's another good thing.
You'll get the Swifties to show up.
The Democrat machine, if the race actually is close, I think it leans towards her just because the Democratic get out the vote machine has just always been better, especially than Trump. Trump sucks at this. His campaign, he's running the best campaign he's ever ran. He has the most serious people doing it. But I still don't think they're doing as well as the Democrats. They don't have nearly as much money. But we'll see. You know, like I've said before,
I mean,
time for speculation's over. Time for speculation's done.
Trump definitely he came around on mail-in, right? Like he has advocated that to some degree more than he did before.
On
Am I
mail-in?
mistaken?
I don't know about mail-in. On early vote,
Or is he
definitely.
still calling it like fraud or whatever?
I don't know about the mail-in vote. I think is less significant for obvious reasons than it was last time. That there's far less of it. Early vote, though, matters a whole hell of a lot, and the Republicans improved a whole lot on early vote. The question is that early vote showing brand new? It's votes they didn't get last time, and they're turning out, you know, at the same rates, or are they just people that would have already voted on election day that voted on election day last time that are voting early this time? It's called cannibalizing the vote, the day of vote. And so I don't think anybody, obviously no one knows. It's all speculation. We're seeing it right now. They'll determine this in the days to come. Oh, she got Rhode Island. Big win right there. We're running away with it.
Call it. Call it now.
Yeah. 52-44. That's the other thing that would be interesting to see is what the spreads were supposed to be versus what they actually are.
When are they going to call New York?
Oh, they already called Texas? Wow. They didn't even give us a shot. They didn't even give us a shot.
It would take a miracle for Kamala to win.
It is weird that they're not calling like the Northeast states by now. They've all Are their polls open later? Like, what's going on with that?
You think the polls closed by us at 9?
Oh, yeah, that's a lot later.
Yeah,
a lot of these other states close at like 7:00.
They're waiting to count my vote. My vote's going to be the one that calls it.
Oh, well, he did have that big rally in what was it, Madison Square Garden? So maybe he turned out. Maybe it's too close. Maybe it's too close to call.
Yeah.
You don't know. Maybe calling Puerto Ricans garbage really turned out the vote up there.
Yeah, I thought that was like such a foul paw like days before the election. Like I don't understand who signed off on that.
Well, I don't even blame the comedian so much because, like, if you listen to like Jon Stewart and these other people, like that's just what that comedian. Those are the types of jokes he just makes. Like he makes offensive roast jokes and stuff. The stupid thing was having him do it on the podium with Trump's name on it at Trump's rally right before he talks. Like I don't like blame that comedian. I don't think he really thinks those things or whatever. That's just the way. That's his comedy.
Yeah, it's unapologetic, right?
But it's a stupid political move. That unbelievably.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna what if you bleed enough Puerto Ricans to swing a county or whatever.
People were talking about that with Pennsylvania. Apparently, I had no idea this was the case, but apparently there's a shitload of Puerto Ricans living in Pennsylvania. Seems odd to me, but I guess that's true.
Go figure.
Yeah, at some point, all of this shit is going to catch up with you, and people are going to understand what you're all about, really. It's not to say that you can't care about the border or anything like that. I think it's certainly worth discussing. But really, do you want the people? Do you want on your team pro border? You want Trump and Vance? I don't think so. I really don't think so. It's off-putting, and it leaves a bad taste in the mouth of any even remotely moderate person. They're gonna walk away thinking, "Oh my God, these people hate Haitians and Puerto Ricans. What the fuck?"
It looks like
They're so vocal about it.
They called the Democratic Attorney General race in North Carolina. So the Democrat for Attorney General in North Carolina won. That's Fox News calling that. So that's a good sign. I don't know how much impact that has on the presidential race, but
yeah, that one's still close. But Trump does have a definite lead.
Well, yeah, but it depends on how much is in and all that. I'm saying they called the down ballot race for a Democrat, which, again, you could have people that show up, especially with Trump voters, that show up and they just vote for Trump and no one else. Like, I could totally see that it being something a Trump supporter does. What do they got going on here? Oh, there's Wyoming. Look right there. 80% for Trump. Oh,
not surprising. But you know,
they
you have to
called it for him.
consider it's 80% of 10 people. So really,
Yeah.
it's not.
I
not that
think
impressive.
you and Yeager are getting booted off the island.
Yeah.
Yep,
You're the two
it's
guys that
over.
didn't vote for.
See, I'm all for it as a civic duty, but you do it saying this isn't gonna happen. Maybe one year though it will be different. You never
Yeah.
know.
See, I got to vote in a state where I knew for sure that Harris was winning.
I think that's bullshit too. I don't like that. But I've made my thoughts about that very clear.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If Republicans come around and end up opposing the electoral college for whatever reason, I'm not gonna rub it in their face. I pinky promise. I'll be right there with them and I'll say, it's good to have you on the team.
Yeah. Well, I like the electoral college, so I'm not going to oppose it.
I will
But,
join forces with the future Republicans against Henry, and we'll have our own coalition.
the reason I like it is because I think it's a nice way to balance essentially popular sovereignty versus state sovereignty. Whereas, like, you have different states have different, there exist in it's a huge country. We have different regions, and like the way the electoral college works is you're combining the Senate and the congressional representatives to get your electoral college count. So, yeah, small states have a bit of an advantage, but the more populous states have a much greater advantage. So you're not like totally discounting them, and essentially it balances those two things in a way. It's a compromise, and I think this is why they did it, because there's certain regional concerns that like other people just don't have, like with the border. Uh, People that aren't there's only 4 border states, and like people in other states just don't give a shit typically about what's happening
Yeah.
at the border, or how it affects like small towns and the states at the border. They started, it was so obvious to me when they started shipping the 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 migrants and stuff out of the state, and you had some of these places like New York getting like a couple of thousand migrants and freaking out. It was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You're like a
No,
city of
not a good look.
millions. Like it was just like we get hundreds of thousands of these fucking people. And so like that was it's stuff like that that really makes me like, I do think regional interests are still a thing. Like unless it just differs. Like like if you talk about the Rust Belt, they're more invested in manufacturing and stuff. Um, so that's kind of my reasoning on it is.
I see it as a form of collectivism, though, is my thing. And I would definitely prioritize the individual over the region. And I do feel like we completely mask the voice of individuals this way. Here's the thing. I don't expect it to be a blowout Democrat victory every time. Republicans can win the popular vote. Hey, if they actually bothered to appeal to people, bothered to appeal to how about new people coming into the country, new migrants? See, any politician would see that as like an amazing opportunity. Oh my God, we have new people who could be registered voters right now. We could win over. But they
I
just
think my
fearmonger
thing
about
on that is it's like the individual vote still counts. You're just losing. It's just a matter of thinking about how it's at. Like, you should think of it more as a vote happening in your state, rather than a national election. And like, yeah, it is for a national office, but like the votes are taking place at the state level. And I think that that's a more healthy way to think about it. And it's just, you
I
are
don't have an
voting, your
issue with
vote is
it.
counted, you're just losing. And it's and I guess I don't know, like, would you want to dissolve all the states and just have like a national level I don't know, just a national government and get rid of all the state governments. Cause like, I don't know. Like to me, the electoral college is a balance because not all the states
My
are
main
equal.
my main reason for opposing something like that, I suppose, is twofold. One is there's you. It would be difficult having one governmental body managing everything. So it does make sense to compartmentalize. And two, I do think that there are issues worth using state power to fight for. You could like abortion now, like drug legalization. So you don't always want, like, there are certain things that I would like to see federal protections for, but I'm not all in for federal power because federal power can be perverted and used for evil. So really, you
I
need the state government at some point.
I think I'm more of a federalist in the sense of federalism, as in like, more letting states kind of go do their own thing, especially now with the way we are politically. It just they're so divided. It almost seems more easier to keep us together on certain issues like security and defense. Obvious and traditionally, this is more the way it would work. Is you would let each kind of state is kind of doing their own thing about their domestic state policies and stuff. And then at the federal level, the national level, we're all united on like foreign policy type issues and things like that. And that it kind of makes more sense to me because it's just like people are different and you don't want like I don't know, especially with the urban and rural divides. It's just people have different concerns at these different levels, and so that's why I'm like I don't know. Like, would you want to get rid of the Senate too? Is that one of your things?
It's not something that I've really given that much thought to, but there's an argument for it, I suppose.
That
But
seems more.
I
I
I
don't
can
know
un-
because that. No, go ahead.
I can understand because in some ways it's antiquated based on how much the population has changed. I do understand the principle behind it. I would be all for a more libertarian approach to letting states do their own thing, but you have to kind of question what that means. It's like, what are they doing? Oh, well, they have enacted these completely retrograde laws on bodily autonomy. It's like, okay,
No,
that's
yeah,
something I just, I think the federal government should just let you do.
I
I think there
agree,
should
and
be some level of intervention. I think once you start doing things like that, you've completely ceded any argument for states' rights. Just let us do what we want, man. Like,
no,
no.
yeah, I agree that there's a
We're
line
past
there.
that point.
I agree there's a line there. And that's why I think there's a balance that is struck. And when you study like how they came up with the system of government, all of it is about like balancing between those things. So it's not just straight up states do whatever they want. The things are based on population. Even the electoral college, it's not just a straight up it's like small states have an outsized vote, but they don't have more of a vote than very populous states do. And it's the same within the Congress. You have the House and the Senate. One's based on each state is going to have a minimum representation, so they'll have outsized influence, but the more populous ones have more influence. So I think it's a balance between those things, which is the best you can do. Because I don't there are certain things like you're saying, like obviously slavery back in the day was like that was the states' rights issues. Like, well, our state should be allowed to do this horrible, monstrous thing, and obviously that we know how that ended. Um, and then there's civil rights is the same thing, and now abortion is the issue. But
They're
it's
really,
it's a tough
to
like
me,
it's not so simple to me. But
that's just, flavors of the same kind of retrograde bullshit, really. This constant need to maintain things as they were rather than allow, any chance for people to be making their own ways in life. We're
but I
going we're going to bind people, in these economic situations to children they didn't want to be born. And you have to consider how devastating that is and how impossible for so many people it is to escape this. A lot of people, just like completely ignorant Dave Rubin types, they'll say like, "Oh, well, just move," which is easy for him to say, a millionaire living in California. Most people can't just fucking move.
Well, yeah, but then it's the same thing. If you bring it up to the national level, it's like, oh, well, you don't like what the national level government's doing. Well, just leave the country. It's like you the same problem. You'll end up with the same problem, just at a different scale. Um, I think the way we've got it now, I think, is a nice balance, I guess. And I'm always trying to find like the good sort of in between thing.
Here's the
Like,
thing.
I think there's so
I
many
don't.
more. There's very few issues where it's like this is something really important, like abortion or civil rights or slavery. There's so many more things that are like that aren't issues like that are still like they're like the border or like manufacturing issues that other states don't give a shit about. And if people didn't have to pay attention to them, they might not. They probably wouldn't. But
I don't expect the EC to go away. But I
Well,
am
no.
glad that there are, high profile Democrats talking about it. I do think that that's important. I think it sheds light on it. And there have been points in our history where it was considered to go away.
Oh, yeah.
It's not an impossibility.
It's
I
always
would
the
have
one
to.
side that it's always like that one side that it benefits the ones to get rid of it, or the one side that it
That's
you know.
That's the thing. I hear what you're saying about regional concerns, but I have to think that this balances out at some point because then you actually have Republican votes in New York and California meaning something. It's like that's not nothing. That would add up. I'm simply in favor of when we're talking about a national election, okay, yeah, for the state, yeah, you and the state should vote on that representative, but the national election, I do think that the individual should have more of a say. But you know what? It's not going anywhere anytime soon. So let's play this game. I think the Democrats can win this game too. And I think that they will come to a point where they're winning it so handily, just inevitably based
Yeah.
on demographic changes or whatever, that the Republicans will be the ones coming out against.
I think it
That's
makes the
going to be a very
Democrats
interesting
better. I think it makes them moderate, and you actually have to consider the opinions of the minority group. Like they're, it
I mean,
is. It is.
who's more of a minority than the minority within the minority? The person within these states who isn't heard, whose vote is swallowed up by, oh well, it's the red wave again every 4 years.
Well, no, because they're like what I'm saying is all of the votes are counted. It's just counted within the state rather than at the national level. I mean,
But see, that's the problem because that what it's represented as. So you have to consider how many people voted in Texas.
Yeah.
But they're counting. But Texas that did not matter. What counts is, oh well, there were more Republican votes. So all of Texas, every single electoral point from that. So yeah, adding in all the representative and senatorial points, that is going toward Trump projectedly. And I do take issue with that because really, if it were any kind of fair, okay, this county represents, you basically have this subset of the Texan population representing this amount of electoral points. They voted in favor of Kamala. So really, I think if you're making a case for the electoral college, you could almost just make a case. You could, like, why stop there? Why not say every county counts toward that? Like, you get a certain number of points based on this county going red or blue. But you don't. For some reason it stops at the state. Like, okay, well, all the state's going to be red. It's like, okay, but not all the state
well, yeah,
was red.
it's because
Some parts of the state were blue.
Well, the reason for that is because the states were their political entities into themselves. They determined what the counties would be. The country didn't. It wasn't like the national government determined what the states would be. There was groups that the way the states arose was there's people organized in a region that applied for statehood, and then the states designated the counties down from there. So you're talking about it's a complicated thing, but the states are, to a limited degree, they are states. Like, we call countries in other places, states. Like they're their own political entities, in a way that a county or a city isn't. It's different, and I think that they've got their own interests, and in some places, their own. I guess everywhere, their own histories and how they arose in that specific region. Um, but ultimately, like, that's how it came to be, and this is the way it is. So unless we're gonna like radically, unless we just want to like dissolve the states, which I don't think anyone would want to do, and get rid of the Senate and just become one, I just don't see it working. I guess we're too diverse and different, to where I just don't see it happening. It's like with the electoral college. A lot of people want to get rid, or not the electoral college. I should say the filibuster. A lot of people want to get rid of the filibuster. The politicians, I don't think, actually do. A lot of people are like, well, why can't we just vote in this, and they should be able to do it in the Senate? And part of the reason for the filibuster, that they will, I don't think either party will actually ever get rid of it, is because it allows them to just say like crazy shit while they're running for office, and then blame the other side for not being able to implement it, even though they probably don't want to do that shit themselves, because it wouldn't work out. It wouldn't work. It would make them look bad. And then they have an excuse. They can always say the other party's stopping me. But I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. But
No, I get what you're saying. You're, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way. I think you're more in favor of the status quo than I am. But
well, I mean,
that is what it
just
is.
true. That's just true. I am.
But
As far as like the way the government works,
I
I'm
knew
not in
it was
favor.
going to come up.
I'm not in favor of like sweeping systemic changes in how we operate our government. I'm not. I think we have a good system. I like the American system. I think it was well thought through. And I don't know. It's just me, and maybe it's because I'm from Texas, and that's like, I don't know. We just have our own. You tend to see yourself as like Texas first, I guess. Even though I don't like the way Texas does tons of things, I understand that like we're different from it. Like I see it with like the border stuff. Even when I'm a Democrat and I see Democrats from other places that are just like, "Oh fuck you!" Like the stuff at the border is not even happening. Like, it's not even a problem. That's just like made up by conservatives. Like you're a fucking liar. Like you're full of shit. When people say that, it's like I could go out there and see like these giant tent cities of people coming into these tiny little towns and fucking destroying them. And it's that kind of thing where I'm just like, I do think that our regional interests matter, and I want whoever's running at the national level to have to at least make an appeal to that stuff. And
wouldn't they have to make an appeal if every individual vote counted? Like really, you need every vote you can get.
Well, no,
There's more people in certain population centers. Texas has
no,
population
you
centers.
definitely, you wouldn't have to do that at all. You could just go around and like you could just appeal to whatever you wanted. You wouldn't have to appeal to regional interests at all. You could appeal to interests on like I just want to go for everyone. I
But
want to go for everyone
individuals
in
will
the big
always.
cities. If you just take the urban rural divide, I just want to go for the city vote. Like I mean, you could just do that, and then like it.
But if you add up the rural vote, I mean, it's going to mean something. Especially if you add in, okay, there's people in cities who vote Republican. Like really, it's not like it's a landslide, sure, in a lot of these cities, but it's a significant amount of the vote where it would help you in the
Yeah,
long.
I guess the way I could explain it is just like it's the same reason I wouldn't want to vote on like it's like how different countries have different interests. Like it's the same with states to me, and again, it could be where I'm from. I just have a kind of identitarian, like I don't know. I identify with my state maybe more than other people would.
No, I get it, but I also think it's worth considering that the individuals are going to have an interest in the region by default. So if there is more of an appeal to every individual, I do think you do have to take that into account.
You could totally ignore That's my issue is like the thing you're doing. They could just totally be ignored, and you could go after. I'm just going to go after all of whatever X demographics. You could totally ignore regional interests, whereas the system we have now doesn't totally ignore individuals or population. Like it doesn't give. It gives the small states an advantage, but the larger states have the larger populations get more representation. So I think it's a good balance. At least I do. I think it's a good system. I don't know what the new system would look like other than just like I don't
think
know.
you can make a strong case though that if there's more people in a democracy, shouldn't they have more representation? Like really, isn't that how a democracy is supposed to work?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that they do. Like the states with more population get
Even the way we have it
congressmen,
now, yeah,
They
they
just
they
don't.
do
They
go
just
all
we
around the
just give
country.
we just give a little bit extra to the less populated states. A small amount.
Even the way we have it now, they do campaign all over the country, but I mean, the places that they're going to be visiting mostly population centers, even in states that aren't, most well known for having a population center. They're going to go where the people are at. And so someone can make a case like, well, why aren't they going into the middle of bumfuck nowhere to have a rally? Well, because there's no people. Like really,
Well, yeah,
they're
I'm
trying to
not
win
saying,
an
but I'm
election.
not concerned about so much where they're going as far as what the people they're going to be swaying and things. So I don't know. I feel like we're probably just not going to agree on this. Which
No,
I didn't think we
and
would.
I'm
I'm
going to
pretty sure
drop
we
it.
had. I think we had this argument like 4 years ago. So
We'll have it again in 4 years.
Yeah.
I've mostly come to terms with it, and
I understand the
I
arguments
don't
against it. I do get it. Like I do get that
I
it's
don't
like
I don't see any reason Kamala can't win the electoral college tonight. Especially because the last I checked, yeah, she's tracking pretty well in the states of key interests in the Rust Belt. So those go through, I'm feeling pretty good. But anything else is kind of up in the air, and we have yet to see Kamala's big EC votes. So no, I mean it can be done. I mean, Biden did it. Obama did it.
Oh yeah, it's right. That's like we said. Oh, obviously it can happen. Just depends on what's going to happen. I want to see. Does anyone know what's going on with Georgia? That's the one. That's the one I'm most curious about. That I think we'll know the earliest.
It's a not insignificant lead from Trump, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
78% reporting, 52 to 47.
Okay. Yeah, it depends on where.
Yeah, the new. I don't know if I have the New York Times needle open, and they're saying Trump's chances of winning is at 70% right now.
In Georgia.
In the national, just in general.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was Georgia. Yeah, Georgia's like 77% in. Yeah, and Trump is ahead by a little over 5% of the vote. So
yeah, if he maintains that, if he wins Georgia by 5%, I think he wins the whole thing.
They're giving Trump an 82% chance of winning Georgia right now.
It depends on how much he wins it by. If he wins by 5%, I think he takes the whole thing. If he wins by like less than 1%, I think it's still up in the air. But
right now they're giving him an estimated margin at like 2.4%. So she has to overperform in the votes from like Atlanta, like that area.
She was last time I saw it, overperforming there. But yeah, 2.4. That would be. I guess that's kind of where the polls were at. So I don't know. It does look like he's doing pretty good. If everything you're saying is.
Well, yeah, this is I'm looking at the needle, and I'm looking at the estimates, but I it's still probably too early to say anything definitive.
Well, it's getting. I don't know.
Getting close though. If it's at 70%, like that's not nothing.
No, yeah. If that's what they're saying, that's not a good look.
Be prepared for the worst. That way, if the best happens,
Did you
can be
stock
happy.
did you stock your bunker with canned food and ammunition and bottled water and gasoline?
You know what? It's not far off. We're about there.
Prepped your bunker?
I have some of those things, so we have a good start.
Someone needs to flip the switch on the Dominion voting machines. Why hasn't anyone flipped the switch on the Dominion voting machines? Someone do it. It's like she's winning in Pennsylvania with 34% in, so that's a good sign. But I don't know where that's coming from. It could all be coming from she's winning in Michigan with 14% in. That's still very early. Oh God.
Yeah, let's do it way too early.
That's like the worst part of this is we have to wait here for hours. Hours and hours.
Lester Holt doesn't look happy. Look at these people. Do they look happy to you?
No. Not particularly.
I wouldn't say so. Yeah, it's more stressful than watching a football game.
Well, not to me. I mean, it depends. Because I don't know.
It's a lot of sitting and waiting.
I'm not that worried either way, honestly. About it, like I obviously I have someone I want Kamala to win, more so because I want Trump to lose than I honestly want her to win, because I don't have high hopes for her presidency. But it's more about like which of these parties is going to get reshaped and how are they going to get reshaped. Like if Republicans post Trump could be pretty good. Democrats, I don't know if Democrats losing would help the Democrat Party get better.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like
I don't know what direction they go if from here if Trump wins.
They just decide to go further like crazy. Whereas with
I could see it incurring more radicalization amongst them. Especially if you get younger voices in there, you'll get a couple more pro Gaza.
That's my thinking
voices.
is with it's essentially like I've made no secret about it. I don't really like either of them. I just don't like Trump more. It's kind of always been my thing. But when you're looking at the long-term effects and all of this, I feel like him losing is better for the Republican Party than Kamala losing would be for the Democrats. Because I don't think the Democrats, I don't think they would learn their lesson from that. Maybe they would. Maybe I'm wrong, and they would moderate and they'd get better and run better people. But I don't know.
These things are relative, though. You have to consider that Kamala is the moderate candidate and is even seen to be more to the right than Biden. And she's made an effort to appeal to independents and Republicans.
I believe that a lot of people talk shit about her. And I remember the 2020 primaries, and she was one of the more moderates in there. And a lot of people will clip stuff out and say like, oh, well, she said this radical thing or this radical thing. A lot of it comes from when she was in a primary running against, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and these types of people. So like, of course she's going to say shit like that when she's running against them. So but you never know until someone gets into office what they'll do. Like I didn't think Biden would do what he did in Afghanistan, but he did.
He had even less excuse because he was so keen on overturning everything else Trump did anyway. So that would have been another case where he could have said, you know what? He even could have come out and said, you know what? I do think that we should ramp down the war, but my predecessor just did not put a good plan in place. So we need to go back to the drawing board with this, spend a couple months or even years on it because we are not prepared to do what he wanted to do.
Kamala's not a moderate. She supports advanced genocide. Yeah. She's
It's
also
over.
apparently, according to the leftists, the genocide in Gaza too. So she's a radical.
yeah.
She's a radical right winger. According to the leftists are so nuts to me. These people, these leftists who are like, oh well, we can't vote for Kamala because she's like supporting it doesn't even make sense with their own logic. According to the leftists, they believe, Kamala and Biden are doing a genocide in Gaza. We can't vote for them. But at the same time, they're saying if Trump wins, he's going to do a genocide like in America. So it's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
So they don't. They just want to. They want to get rid of the whole system. They're like,
I
fuck
saw
it.
this. I saw this meme. I don't know. I think I saved it on my phone. I probably can't share it here. But it was like the Trump bloodbath comment thing. It was like, don't worry about the bloodbath if he loses. Worry about the death camps if he wins. And I was just like, you people are fucking out of your goddamn minds. Like, what is wrong with you? And these are the same people that they'll post memes like that and be like, well, we can't vote for Kamala. I'm gonna go vote for Jill Stein. It's just like, you goddamn. I don't know. What are we gonna do?
They need radical change.
No.
Those are not reliable. I would struggle to say allies because there's really no shared value there.
No. I feel like I have more in common with most Republicans than with those people. It's like those people to me are like they're like the Groypers or something. Like they're just deranged, crazy people.
At least Republicans vote. Like they know the value of voting. It's like that's the bare minimum.
At
like
least
if
we live
you
in the
know that
same
voting is
reality
important,
for the
you're
most
good.
part. The MAGA people don't on certain issues live in the same reality, but on certain other like on abortion, like the issue isn't like the issue. It comes down to like a philosophical kind of thing about like when does life start and how much do you value that versus women's rights. It's like a real fucking argument. It's not like it's just like made up crazy shit. Like these people are like, oh well, he's gonna come in and just like murder everybody, and or Kamala's like murdering all these people over here. It's just, I don't know. What are you gonna do with these people?
They're not real people.
I don't think they're efficient enough. Like that's giving Trump and Vance way too much credit, really. Even if that was their intention, which I don't see any evidence for. Now, I will say this. It's definitely worth mentioning. I do view them to be fascistic figures, especially someone like Vance. Trump's just kind of an idiot who's along for the ride.
Yeah,
But
but you
I
mean
know
that in a
I know
very
that they're
specific way, like not in like they're not going to do a Holocaust. Like it's you mean that in like
no,
a
but
political way.
but here's the thing. Even if they were, we have enough checks and balances where I'm not too worried about that, really. At least
One of the biggest checks would be like you would have to actually have people carrying that out. And there's
Yes.
not enough people that would want to do like where are you going to find the soldiers to like do this? Even like some of the most crazy fucking people, they wouldn't like Alex Jones. I don't think would be herding people into a goddamn concentration camp, and he's nuts. Like I don't think he would do that. He does a ton of shit and says a bunch of shit I don't like. I don't think he would fucking want to murder innocent people. I don't believe
it
that.
would take considerably more political radicalization than we've seen. What the sort of authoritarianism that we could expect, though, is an empowerment of ICE and the deportation of a lot of people who really don't need to be deported. People who
Oh
are
yeah.
perfectly, they're settled, they're assimilated people. They've been here for a long time. They have a family here. They have a life here. They're contributing members of society. See, I see this now. It's not to say that there's not an issue, because there certainly can be an issue with people who don't assimilate well, who come from a more violent background. But as someone who does care about border security, I find it to be entirely counterproductive to treat everyone who crosses the border like a criminal.
Well, and
I think
the
that
other
it makes it more difficult to find people who are legitimately dangerous. If you had more of a push toward amnesty, it would really make the people hiding stand out to be like, okay, why everyone else is out in the open? Everyone else is free of persecution. Why are you hiding?
My thing is
now we know who to find.
We should take as hard a stance as we can on preventing the illegal immigration from coming in. So like anyone, you want to stop any of that continuing to happen. The people that are already here, that's a different question, because you couldn't just like what Trump is proposing of just getting rid of every illegal immigrant in the country. That would destroy the economy. It would completely fucking wreck the agricultural economy in the U.S. There's what you're saying. There's all the moral concerns about people that have been here for 50 years, that have kids that and grandchildren that are American citizens. That's all crazy. But yeah, you should try to like totally stop as much illegal border crossing as you possibly fucking can. And there's people that are against that, like the left more generally, it seems now, at least a lot of them. Kamala, I think, is in her rhetoric, at least, we'll see what she does if she wins this, which, as we're looking at it right now, maybe not. But I do think
here's an approach.
Stop
Here's
them
an approach.
from crossing it illegally. Like, just don't do it. Don't let them do it. Like, there's no need for it. Like, there's nothing good comes from that.
Here's an approach that I would propose for you. I see it as inevitable that people they're going to want to escape, countries that are far worse off than ours. They're going to want to come here. I think this is a big reason why MAGA is so anti-immigrant, is because their whole thing is make America great again. Okay, except more people want to come here when they're not in power. So how can we be a terrible place when everyone in the world wants to come here? And you could make use of people, and you wouldn't need to hunt people down and treat them as criminals necessarily. People can see there's this fear that if people come, they're going to overwhelm everything. They're going to take away every opportunity that people have here. If you do it in a dumb way, that could happen. But by having more people here, that is inevitably going to create more jobs and more opportunities. And yeah, and you may have to be competing with those people. We're already competing amongst ourselves anyway. There's, competition is the backbone of the country as it is. If anything, I see it as something that weakens countries that are, they're our neighbors, but they're not exactly on the friendliest terms with us. Some of them we do have okay diplomatic relations with, but the countries in our hemisphere, I wouldn't call any of them real allies. So it's like you're sending your people here.
Canada.
Venezuelans come here. That's less Venezuelans to be persecuted in Venezuela. Like really, ideally, I would like to see us. My approach would be to just liberalize all these places anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that. We can't take all these people in. Like, that's crazy. Like the answer to, these regimes and these people are suffering. We cannot just like take all of them into our country. You need to do something about their countries. I do think, number one, you need to deter the illegal immigration, make them stay. Some of these places are not so bad. They need to be coming here. I don't think, like, that's just not an answer to me, where it's like, oh, well, we'll just relocate the entire population of all of these places that are suffering and bring them all here. Like, that's nuts. And
but at what point is suffering, is that an excuse? I mean, you're not going to hear a whole lot of Republicans oppose people leaving Cuba to come here. Was the suffering there was great, but suffering in Haiti is not?
Well, I don't think any Republican would want to relocate the entire population of Cuba into the U.S. Like, it's like, yeah, you can accept refugees, but like other places, like from Mexico, like, why? It's not that fucking bad, I guess, would be the thing. Like, we don't need to be taking everybody in. Like, if there's some kind of a war, you're being politically persecuted. there's certain things, yes, but these people are coming here just for economic advantage, and it's like, well, I do think we should try and do stuff to improve that. The main reason to do it, improve these countries down there, is so people stay there, so they're not all trying to come here. And I think immigration is good. We need it to an extent because it helps us economically. Uh, like I said, if Trump just deported all of these fucking people, it would destroy the fucking economy, absolutely wreck it. But there is a point, and it needs to be controlled and regulated. You can't just have tens of thousands of people just showing up into some tiny little border town and making a tent city, and you can't do it.
Okay, so let's say we have this split off where the options in some cases are going to be you keep the migrants dependent on a government program, or they're going to offer them amnesty and say, just let them free into the world. Like, okay, you're a citizen now. You're not going to be entitled to whatever the government was giving you before necessarily. But, now, you don't need to be paid under the table. You're going to be able to much more greatly contribute to the economy. I think there's a lot of people worthy of this. And really, I don't see how that is not a benefit to the nation.
You're talking about like a Dreamers, DACA kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm more like it's different for me with the people that are already here. How you deal with that versus stopping more from coming in illegally. Like that's just a massive problem to me. Like just random people just coming into the country, it causes so many fucking issues. I'm totally in favor of like complete border security. I want no one coming in illegally, like at all. That would be the goal. How you deal with the people that are already here is a more complex question. It's kind of a case by case issue. Um, like we want them all. We want to know who they are, what they're doing here. Do they have jobs? And maybe what you do is you go find those people. Maybe like the choice might not be between make them citizens versus deport them. Maybe it's okay. We'll give you a temporary visa, or you'll do it on like what would you call that? A trial basis, essentially. Like, okay, well, we'll give you some kind of a visa where you can stay here and work. But if you're not working, if you're causing trouble or any of this stuff, we're gonna just take the option to send you back. Maybe do stuff like that.
I think that's the official policy that Kamala supports, though. It's if you're here, you're undocumented, you commit a crime, you are deported.
Yeah, the crime stuff. Yeah, I don't think there's any disagreement on that. It's maybe the asylum stuff, and officially, what she's saying right now, I don't have much of a problem, because she is, in her rhetoric at least, her stated policies, she's become very hawkish on border policy, out of necessity. And again, the question is this what she believes, or is this the kind of thing like what she was doing in the Democrat primary, from 2019, when she's running against Sanders and Elizabeth Warren? She's saying all this wild progressive stuff. Is it stuff she believes, or is it just I want to get elected, so I'm saying it? And you never know. But obviously, like my case for her is nothing to do with this. It's just that, like, she didn't she didn't do any of the bullshit that Trump did.
And she was part of an administration that I believe oversaw more deportations than Trump's did.
Biden?
So that's something that's worth considering.
Well, it might be. I'd have to see what you're talking about, because it might just be the case that they had so many more people illegally crossing in total, that like in total numbers, maybe that's true. But also the total number of people coming in, because you have to remember that there's a deterrent effect depending on who's president. Like as soon as Biden was elected, there was just like a massive swamping of people at the border, or you could say that they conceived of it correctly or incorrectly. They conceived of it as, Trump was border hawk, Biden will let us in. And so they all showed up. But
I think
anyway,
a lot of it could also come down to there's just change, and or you could take it as a signal that, hey, these people they have an idea of, moderate improvement. They see that the country is going to be in better shape now. They saw more opportunity when Biden was president versus Trump. Like, really. And I do think, and that doesn't mean let everyone in by any means, but that I think that is something to consider. That if you're probably doing good as a country if everyone wants to come here versus people like, oh, let's stay away.
Looks
Things
like
are a little
he's
volatile.
winning. He's winning in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I'll be back in one.
New York Times. New York Times is giving Trump a 77% chance right now.
Oh fuck yeah, not looking good.
Yeah, I would say early signs is not very good.
We're getting into middle signs.
Yeah, middle signs. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
Wisconsin's not looking good either.
Okay.
Iowa's not looking good. That poll may have been a fluke.
Yeah, where's Iowa?
From Associated Press, 34% reporting, 51 Trump, 47 Kamala.
So he's up by like a little less than 4%.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not looking like Harris +3.
No.
Just 79% chance now. Wow. Yeah, the further along in the night, and more it looks like Trump's gonna win.
I am braced for the worst.
So I guess it'll be interesting then, if the results, I guess, go the way that they're trending to go.
Interesting is one word for it.
Yeah.
Georgia
What,
and North Carolina should be called soon. Yeah, they should be.
I guess I'm curious what the Democrats are going to do, and that's the biggest question. And I think that was a good point that Henry brought up. It's like, if Trump were to lose, the Republican Party would have to restructure itself in some way, because they can't run a two-time loser. And if Kamala loses, like, how are the Democrats going to respond? Like, where's the party going to go?
I could see them staying mostly the same. I don't think that that's an option to discount. But it's going to just be, buckling down in what they've done. But it's not encouraging, because it basically means that we decided to reward election denialism, a refusal to give up power. We said, you know what, authoritarianism, that's what it's all about.
Let's have 4 more years of that.
And that's what it is. And people try to tell you, no, that's far left hysteria. No, that's what happened. That is the nature of things.
I was hoping for a rejection of that. Doesn't look like we're getting it.
Here's the biggest thing to me, though. I think that if that comes to be, and you have Trump and Vance win, that is effectively the end of the U.S. as a superpower, or at the very least, a liberal superpower.
I don't agree with that.
I could see major concessions being made to enemy states.
It wouldn't be the end of us as a super. Like, it's 4 years. Okay, like, let's not get carried away. It's 4 years.
Hey, a lot can happen in 4 years.
And when you look at his foreign policy from before, it's not like he's going to gut the middle. Like, it's not like a Bernie Sanders win. I think I might agree with you if that were the case. It's not good, but like I am more in line with you on the, just I feel like it's harmful to our system to just sign off the box and say, yeah, we don't give a shit that someone did what he did on January 6th. That's terrible. I don't think it's the end of us as being the world's dominant superpower, especially because it's a mixed bag on foreign policy. Like, he could be hawkish on China. Like, you just don't know what he's going to fucking
How's he
do.
going to be on Ukraine and on Israel?
Yeah, on Ukraine, he's going to be terrible. On Israel, I would expect him to be actually good on Israel, I would think. JD Vance is the thing that gives me pause because, like, fuck that guy. He would probably want us to be completely isolationist. Trump loves Israel. I don't have any doubts on that. He did some good things on foreign policy. Killed Soleimani. But he also like sucked the dick of every dictator, and he was just hard to read. And so there is that whole thing of like him being the crazy man, and no one wants to.
I do worry, like if he really wanted a plat of NATO, whether or not, because I imagine he would fill his administration with a bunch of yes men who wouldn't like oppose him.
That's the other thing. It'll be like I've said before. What Trump says, it's hard. He's so fucking hard to read. His Secretary of Defense picks that he put up were all fairly hawkish people. Like Tom Cotton, who I'm pretty sure is like a complete. He's a pretty traditional hawkish Republican. I don't know if you'd pick him. Pompeo was on there. Pompeo's a sycophant for Trump. Personally, I don't think he agrees with him on all that shit. I think he'd be more in line with us on foreign policy, but he'll go along with whatever the fuck. And that's just his personal. I've read his book, and that's like his personal fucking philosophy is like, yeah, maybe I don't agree with him, but he always like subjugates himself to the will of the president out of like, he just thinks that's the way it's supposed to be. He's not like, Bolton or any of these other people, Bill Barr, where he'll argue with them, even if he does disagree. So he's a mixed bag. And the other guy I didn't really even know. It was someone else named Walls, I think. I forget his name now. But we'll see. Because the way it's going right now, it's too early to call, but I'm going to say
Trump's up like 8.5% in Iowa.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Kamala, is what I would say.
No, it's definitely not. New York Times at 79% that Trump's going to win.
I'll clarify what I was saying earlier. It's not to say that we would not be a powerful nation if Trump won, but that's a very symbolic power. If you're not really using it on the world stage, and I don't count something like the tariffs because I think it would be ultimately more economically damaging to us than it would be to China, really. And it's debatable how hawkish of a policy that even is, because it could just be read as more of an isolationist policy. But because it could be hawkish or construed to be hawkish to have some level of relation with China and control them in that manner and make their economy dependent on ours. But that might be a debate for a different day. I think that ultimately our biggest geopolitical rival is Russia. And you see this, there is a very high chance, especially if there's, a significant Republican victory in Congress, you're going to see far less support from nations that Russia opposes. I could see Trump leaving NATO. Why not? The only people in his ear at this point are people he doesn't have John Bolton in his ear anymore. He's got Tucker Carlson in his ear. It's going to be a second term where he doesn't have to worry about like, oh, what if the establishment Republicans don't nominate me? Like, whatever he said he wanted to do, he's going to do, or at least he's going to try. He doesn't like NATO. He doesn't want to be bound to that sort of agreement And if there's any inkling Ukraine falls, that a NATO nation like Poland gets threatened, that is going to be a major national debate. Oh, maybe we shouldn't be attached to this. We're inviting
Yeah.
World War III.
They just gave Iowa to Trump, so.
Yeah, so the Seltzer poll was.
There goes that prediction.
Yeah, I at this point, I think I've seen enough to where I think Trump's gonna win.
I'm leaning that way.
It's not.
It is leaning that way for sure.
It's not like all in yet, but I think he's gonna win at this point.
Georgia is 85% of the vote in, and he's up still by like 4.5%.
Yeah,
They're giving New York Times giving a 93% chance of winning.
If that holds, what it says is the polls underestimated Trump, in my opinion, and he could sweep 6 out of the 7 swing states.
You know what's funny though is Kamala is leading in New Mexico and Arizona right now.
Well, yeah, and all of this depends on where it's coming
slightly
in. But like I'm listening to what Mike is saying, and so the New York Times, they're going to be basing their projections not just on who's leading where.
But how much is reported?
How much is reported and from where? Where matters a whole hell of a lot, and they're taking that into account. And so they're saying like 80% he wins. I think I take that seriously. I believe him, and so like I think Trump's probably winning.
Yeah, they're saying the race for the national popular vote is a toss up also.
Oh God, if he wins, oh my God.
The popular vote estimate, like in their range of estimates, is like Trump like plus like 0.5% nationally. So now it's at 80%. The needle.
Oof. Well, we've been here before. Luckily, he can't run for a third term, so.
I'll try, maybe. I'm curious, like
very small consolation.
I'm curious I'm curious, like after the 4 years, like I imagine he does just step down, right?
Well, yeah, he has to. There's no choice. Plus, he would be like in his 80s. Like, who the fuck would want to be?
Yeah, that's true.
He would like, even if you think all the terrible things about him you want, I don't think he wants to do it again. He would anoint the next person, which is what was always the worst thing for me. Was never Trump, another Trump presidency. I was never that worried about that. It was what the future holds, which is JD Vance.
Like Trumpism.
JD
Vance, right-wing populism perpetuated
the Republican Party, and then God knows how the Democrats respond to that.
Because if this holds, like this is like vindicating for, the MAGA people.
The good news, though, is I don't think any of these peons and sycophants have any like the same chance or charisma. Like they hang on to his coattails, but like a Vance ticket by itself, I don't think it'd be all that exciting for most people. Really, not the way a Trump ticket is. Trump has been he has a lot of popularity because of how he's targeted. People would target Vance, but it would be a lot of the typical things you would expect. Attacks against Republicans. I just don't see it. So we may return to some normalcy just by default, but it was a painful road getting there.
The autopsy on this is going to be very interesting. And there's like a myriad number of reasons why it would have gone this way. See, I wasn't sure how animating of an issue abortion was. And it's why it's very difficult for me to speculate on the election in the first place. Like Democrats have made abortion like a big component of their campaign, a big rallying cry. And it's like, you know, I'm pro-choice, but it's not like as animating an issue for me. But you know, obviously, like it doesn't affect me like it affects young women. So
the big issue with that is there are too many components to it. Just because you win the presidency, it's not like all the damage is reversed. No. You would need a super majority in Congress and a president to have any hope of making, you know, a lasting impact on this issue at a federal level at this point. Or yeah, you would need a president to put the right people in the Supreme Court. We were very lucky in the 70s, undeservedly so, in my opinion. It's a fluke. It's amazing that
you
something
might
like
have
that
to wait
happened.
till
I
like
almost
the
can't believe it.
2070s to get back to where we were.
God. Be an 80-year-old man.
Yeah, in like 10 years, we're going to be closer to those 70s than we are to like the 1970s.
Damn, yeah, he looks like he's winning in Wisconsin.
Fuck, man.
This could be a sweep. It looks like a swing state sweep.
Wow.
We don't
I'm
know.
sure
Well,
I'm never gonna hear
Wisconsin
the end of it.
actually, Wisconsin different. Wisconsin,
Milwaukee, she's down like 2%. I mean, that's a big 2%.
Well, the Wisconsin was the one I talked about before. So the mail-in vote in Wisconsin is like you could have the red mirage effect in Wisconsin. You won't have that in Georgia. So I think he's winning Georgia.
I mean, Georgia's almost done reporting.
Wisconsin, well, yeah, Georgia, like I said, should be done tonight. Easily.
Georgia is right now. New York Times giving a over 95% chance to Trump right now.
Well, yeah, Georgia should be done. I think he's got that. Wisconsin, it's a little different. They didn't change any of their processes, so they still haven't counted a lot of the mail-in vote. Is probably going to take a while for them to count in Wisconsin. So she could easily catch up in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Georgia, I think he's got, which, like I said before, depending on the margin there, which it looks like a pretty good margin for him, means what that tells me is the polls were underestimating him again. And that probably means they underestimated him everywhere. And it probably means he's going to win most of the swing states. It doesn't mean it's over. I'm not like calling it or whatever.
But we're close.
I think he's going to win. I think he's going to win is what I'm
saying.
Yeah,
he's got a 3% lead there, just about, with 91% of the vote in. So if it's around like a 2.5 margin, something like that. I mean, it shouldn't really say anything for the Rust Belt, but the Rust Belt is also not looking too great right now.
No, yeah. What are they projecting for Pennsylvania's odds?
That's Pennsylvania, let's see. So right now, 56% of the votes in, and Trump has about a 3% lead.
Jesus.
Which, you know.
It depends on where it's coming from.
Yeah, this is also true.
But do they not have a needle, like whatever New York Times needle projection on Pennsylvania?
On Pennsylvania, they're saying Pennsylvania is still a toss-up, so there's no clear leader there. The estimated margin is like Trump by about 2%.
She won DC, so
there you go. That's one on the board.
3 more votes.
Changes nothing. So yeah, nothing definitive in Pennsylvania yet. New York Times 82%, so they're almost from lean Trump to likely Trump. The needle knows all.
Prepare the bunker.
Nevada, they have no data. That's not a surprise. I guess.
Is it time yet? Is it time yet to switch to? Do I need to put this one up? Is this where we are?
You might need to make that. Might need to make it a little bigger.
I can't make it bigger. I tried to find a bigger one. I really did, but I think everyone recognizes
Yeah,
this.
they get the
I
sentiment.
feel like this is where we're going. This is not good.
See, I can admire the energy because my election night 2016 was a lot like right now. You just kind of sit here and you're like,
Yeah, 2016 was crazy. I remember watching that with my stepdad, and we were just both like mouth agape at the TV.
I think the difference was in 2016, no one thought he would win, and in here we were like, he's got a really good shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, like in 2016, I wasn't even thinking about it that much. I was just like, oh well, Hillary's gonna win. And then when he won, I was like, what the fuck? What happened?
Yeah, I guess that was like one of the crazier events in political history.
This one,
because
yeah, they were saying like everyone, left and right. Well, serious people, I should say. I've talked about all the crazy people. There are people left, right, center, neutral pollsters and stuff. Every serious person was saying this could be a swing state sweep for either one of them. So this is not like at all shocking to me, I guess is the thing. Even if Trump
everyone expected
I'm not like shocked by it.
Was essentially a toss up.
But it does look looks like we got MAGA going on here. So
yeah,
for any Trump administration people listening,
all the worst people are going to be gloating about it.
I didn't mean any of it. I was MAGA all along. You know, he was my guy. It was all jokes.
Controlled opposition, right?
yeah. I was on your side, guys. Don't throw me in the MAGA gulag. You know, I didn't mean it. I was trying to help you. Philadelphia, how much they got in there? 55%. And okay, well, show us what is she outperforming Biden there?
Yeah, I like when they show that. Like that side by side data is very helpful context.
Yeah, because right now, half the vote's in Pennsylvania. He's winning, or no, half the vote is in the county of where I guess Philadelphia is, which obviously is her biggest area there.
I think the biggest lesson to take away from this, you know, I hate to make it so somber so early, but it is looking bad. You have to keep in mind the age of your candidate in relation to 8 years. You do. Because it doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good to bow out. Like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to tag in my VP. I'm okay with it, but I was already voting for the party.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the same amount of excitement as, oh, I'm your guy and I'm gonna be totally fit and fine.
That's
for
what I
8
said.
years.
I blame him. I blame the Democratic leadership too, because I said I don't think she could do it, and I don't know.
It's looking like it's looking like you're going to be vindicated on that.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
Great
See,
be right about that.
It's hard to say because I can really see the argument like either way. Like the fact that she was on the ticket, and the fact that I think
she was tainted,
on paper.
My argument was she was tainted by being part of the administration. Plus, there's the unknown factor of running a woman when they've never won, and her favorables were so low. It was just like I didn't think it was a good idea, but it is what it is. Yeah, I understand why they went with her, because there was the whole argument with the money. Like, what are you gonna do? There's all these pragmatic problems, and that's why ultimately I blame Biden for this too. You can just lump this in the basket with Afghanistan for reasons why I hate Joe Biden. But whatever.
Let's see.
I mean, it's not over, guys. Miracles happen, right?
And here's the thing: even in the event of a Trump victory, it's worth fighting tooth and nail on every issue. And what you can't say about the Democrats during the time Trump was president, oh, they gave him hell. They did not quit fighting. They weren't just, oh yeah, Mr. President. No. It was a rough time for him. And he had constant negative press. So in a lot of ways it would be a shallow victory, but I do think it would be far more radical than the administration from before. You're not going to see John Bolton's. You're not going to see Pompeo's. You're not going to see any of this old school Republican establishment. It's going to be Vance, Vivek, Tucker Carlson, and Alex Jones hanging out.
I don't know about that.
Really,
I think
our leadership.
Pompeo will be in there. I don't know what he'll be doing, but I do think
He'll be kissing
Pompeo
ass.
was the loyalist. But
He
yeah,
certainly
the
will
worst,
not
the
be
worst part
suggesting
about
alternatives.
the worst thing about this isn't even Trump being president. It's how obnoxious the Trump supporters are going to be online. That's really that's really going to be the hardest thing to deal with, is how obnoxious they'll be. They'll see this as a vindication that they won the the last election. They're right about all their crazy conspiracy stuff, and they will lord this over us forever. My God.
Yeah, all the worst people are going to be gloating.
It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck so bad, Jesus.
We can't say shit because we lost.
Yeah. Of course, we did that to them last time too. Like, I really.
Yeah. No, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
You have to consider the quality of a victory, though. That's something that I'd like to think I'm not going to lose sight of. Okay, they're going to be bragging. They're going to be bragging about making this guy president again. There is something inherently lame about that, though.
I can already tell you the things they're going to say. They're going to say, well, look, he was so good and you guys are wrong. And now we've been proven right because we saw 4 years of Biden. And now the American people, the population, actually saw this. And actually, he probably won more states than he even did, because they did try to rig it anyway. And
he was the first president to win 3 elections in the modern era.
3 elections, and we the reason they reelected him wasn't because of all the stuff you were saying. It was because we saw his policies, his genius, his unmatched genius in the way he governed the country, and how fantastic it was. And the American people could witness this contrast between the two ways the country is governed. And they chose Trump over all of your stupid nonsense that you people push, all of your ridiculous stuff. And the American people could see this, and they chose our guy, and like every sensible person would, selected Donald Trump. But
I mean, they're gonna have to say that elections aren't rigged again, which is interesting.
Oh no, they're gonna say it was rigged. They're just gonna say he actually won by way more. Than
he won New York and California too.
They tried to rig it again. And this is proof that the 2020 was rigged. And you just didn't have COVID.
They made it too big to rig. Too big.
You didn't have all that mail-in vote that you could rig, and you didn't have COVID, and now he blew them out.
There was more mail-in voting in this time than like pre-2016 levels, though.
Well, yeah, I think that's true.
That's just like general, like voters are just trending to do that more, but not as much as 2020, obviously. Okay, that was kind of a special case.
Oh, what? He just slipped it by.
Yeah, damn it. Come on, put it back.
Yeah, it's 68% in. He's winning by 4 points. I imagine that's going to tighten up, because from what I'm seeing, I think the polls underestimated Trump, but not by as much as they had previously. So it'll be tighter, but I still think he's going to sweep the swing states with the way this looks.
Let's see. Wow. New York Times had an 84% chance for Trump. So if they go like 1 more percent over, I think we can Oh no, never mind. Yeah, he's at 86%. So the New York Times saying that Trump likely to win.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because like I said, I was waiting on the early stuff to come in to see who was underestimated. Because I thought someone was underestimating the polls. It was Trump again. Maybe not by as much, but yeah. Man.
Well, I heard like people saying that they undercounted Democrats in 2020, or was it 22? Like the general. I guess not.
No. Well,
Yeah, like
yeah.
those
The
are bad
problem with the
numbers.
2022 polls was they really the midterm polls in 2022 weren't actually off by that much. People just expected them to be off. They didn't predict the winner of a lot of races, but they predicted the results of the races very closely. So they were close races. That doesn't mean you're going to get the winner right, but if it's a 2 or 3 point race and you predict, someone wins by 1 point and actually the other person won by 1 or 2 points, that's pretty close to the actual result versus, they predict someone wins by, 5 or 6 and they lose by 3. They weren't that far off. The 2022 polls take a lot of shit that they really shouldn't. Trump the president. Well, he beat 2 of them actually, Reese.
Oh. Sorry, I'm on another plane of existence right now. What's going on? What's happening?
Donald Trump's about to become the 47th president of the United States of America.
Fuck me, man. Fuck me. It's so bad. How can people wake up tomorrow and look themselves in the face?
Yeah, where's the plane of existence you're at? Because that's where I want to be
I
now.
told you, most people don't follow this shit the way we do.
See, you have to consider it as like, this is who I'm putting forward to the world to
Jesus.
represent me. Like, this is me. This is like my mirror for the world. Really? Okay.
Yeah, the New York Times.
At some point, you kind of have to accept that people have shitty taste, and it's like, okay,
88%.
Yeah,
yes, he's gonna need a literal miracle to win.
In miracles, as all of us know, don't happen. So,
I don't believe in miracles anymore. They're dead.
You'll get he's saying Kamala picking walls over Shapiro. Yeah, the thing is, man, looking at the results that are coming in now, it's not just Pennsylvania. It's looking like Pennsylvania. Even if you flip that, I think he's winning all the swing states at this point. I don't know if that's true, but the way it's going, it seems like
he's ahead in Wisconsin by 1.5%, with and that's with 56% of the votes in. Arizona, Arizona's too close. Georgia, yeah, they're over 95% chance that he's going to win Georgia. Let's see, Michigan, he's ahead by 1% with 25% of the votes in. And then Pennsylvania is still a toss-up, but yeah.
Yeah, the way it's going, and I guess there's caveats because there is the thing to say, I guess, that this is the way we were at this exact time 4 years ago watching the last one. We were all saying the same shit, and then Biden won. I think things are fundamentally different in the way the race is, this time. Way less mail-in vote. I just don't think there's the potential for it to swing back like it did last time.
Yeah.
But however, that is like, I do remember this being exactly the way it was 4 years ago for all of us. We were like, oh, well, fuck it. Whatever. He won again. And then we woke up the next day and they were like still counting votes. And we were like, what the fuck is happening? And then it was like 4 days later, we all did a stream where Biden won. I don't think that's going to happen this time. I think things are fundamentally different. However, and especially with like what you're saying, Mike, because part of the reason I think it's different is people are much more like I don't know. It's just like we're more tuned in and we're looking at the specifics of it. I think he's got it for real this time. Not like when I said it 4 years ago. I think it's for real. I think he's going to be winning this.
Yeah, because
I think he's going to win big. I think he's going to win big.
The mail-in, it shouldn't be as big a discrepancy this time around. Like they did encourage more of their people to do mail-in, and so it shouldn't be that much of a factor. So I mean, the numbers are just not good. I mean, I don't know if we wake up tomorrow and they're still counting the Rust Belt states, then you could say it's still too early to call, but she needs to overperform in a lot of the large population centers there.
Yeah, and I don't know that she is.
Yeah, that doesn't look like it.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah,
it's not technically over, man. But, also, like, I guess there could be a god that incarnated himself and died for all of our sins, and there's a chance of that too.
Yeah, I started going back
There were
to
some
synagogue.
major sins committed tonight. I'm going to tell you that much. There were
It
a
is
lot of
disappointing.
sins.
It is disappointing, but it's not unexpected.
No. It was always an uphill climb. And I do think that there are things to learn, and they don't really require like a radical change. It's really more on the communication front and considering who you're running in the first place. Well, if you're running someone, make sure they have a good 8 years in them. Or if you're gonna bow out early, hey, maybe have a primary. Maybe don't make it this, foist this last minute, shit, because it doesn't encourage any sort of confidence, and it does very little to assuage people who are upset by the previous administration. It's like, okay, here's the vice president from the previous administration. I do agree with that to some extent, but I really
think
was
everybody
counting on
agreed that
people
Biden needed
hating
to drop
Trump.
out of the race,
Like, really,
right?
I agree with
he
that.
had to. He really had to.
He would. There was no chance that he would.
It would have been worse. Yeah, I think it would have been worse if he had stayed in. There will be the people. Biden, I think, will be one of these people that says, he's probably loving this. Honestly, he's probably sitting there like, I told all of you people, and he's probably loving this because now he can say like, they should have kept me. I would have flipped Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I never lost the national election.
The polling, whatever you want to think or say about the polling, he was so far outside of winning. It was like beyond recoverable. And like you can look at like what I said when I watched that debate. It wasn't just me watching that, it was everyone. And it was just like, yeah, he's done. Because you have to remember, not everyone are partisan hacks like us that pay attention to politics and watch all of this stuff. They're regular people. And if you're a regular person watching something like that, you're just like, well, fuck. Like that guy, no fucking way. So I do think she had a better chance. She was not, I said at the time, and there's videos of me saying this shit on my channel where I was like, yeah, this is a bad choice. We shouldn't have Kamala. And I could be wrong even there. Like maybe we do run Josh Shapiro or Gretchen Whitmore or anyone, and it's just too far gone for the Democratic Party as a whole. People are too against it.
So I guess there'll be a battle between the progressive and the moderate wing of the Democratic Party for control.
Yeah, there's going
I
to be an
wonder how
argument. There will be an
influential they
argument
were.
about how we lost this, whether it was we were too far left or too far moderate. The leftists will
I
say they
think
were too moderate, and everyone else will say we need to come to the middle. I think they need to come to the middle a lot more. I've said that forever.
Yeah, hopefully
Like,
they side with the silent majority on
I've
that.
said that forever. Like, when you lose to a Republican, the answer is not like, oh, we weren't far left enough. It's like, that is
I'll make
obviously not the
I'll,
answer.
I'll make a case for that though. And I'm all for the Democratic Party being moderate, but you could make a case for more excitement being in a candidate who's further left than Kamala Harris. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but you do see the energy of these people on college campuses, when they're talking about the Gaza genocide. There really is not a moderate equivalent of that.
They're low propensity
The
voters.
Democratic voters, they're very somber, they're very serious. They're not really the type to get that animated. And for the Republicans that worked with Trump, having this energizing force. So I think you're going to see tons of, you're going to see years worth of these progressives saying, hey, we bring animation and excitement and life
Dynamism.
left that people like Biden and Harris just don't at all. We're not getting rid of them anytime soon. They're going to be talking, but it's going to go the other way because people are blaming them. Oh, you voted for Jill Stein. You caused this. Well, yeah, to a certain extent, they did. They did,
Well,
and if they had any priorities straight, they would have understood that. Like,
if
it's
Trump
ridiculous to.
sweeps the swing states, they're not going to be talking about Jill Stein.
Those people are just such accelerationists, though.
Yeah,
It's
like that's
not enough.
my whole
They
thinking
want to
about
destroy
the Jill
everything.
Stein voters is they just want to destroy America. They want to blow up our system of government and come up with some socialist horseshit. I don't know. But they don't believe in like American values or principles. So for them, it's like I don't know if I could like steel man their position, which is kind of a bizarre situation to be in. The way that I would look at it is like, look, if Harris loses, then there'll be more people that are less inclined towards like I don't know the moderate like liberal left. Maybe it'll create an opening for people like that to get a deeper foothold into the mainstream. I don't think it's realistic because I think their views are wildly unpopular. But
I don't think it's really about them gaining power, but I do view them as a successful movement and how they've sabotaged the Democratic Party these last 8 years. I mean, it really came down to them, I think, more so than the Republicans. They were very successful at destroying liberalism in America. And it was all in the name not of gaining power themselves, but to accelerate, to have everything go to shit as soon as possible. So then they could have a shot. And I think that's really sad. They were, but they were successful. They were.
and I don't know,
And
maybe it's like some
it
bizarre.
started a long time ago too. It's not just these last couple of months of Harris being the nominee. It was the reputational damage that they've done to her. It's the war they've waged on her, even since the primaries of the last election with people like Tulsi Gabbard, who's
Yeah,
like a total Republican now.
I remember
But
that.
it's she they represent two sides of the same coin there. And these things don't go away. They really don't. I do think there needs to be something exciting within the liberal branch of the Democrats. They were really, yeah, you were mentioning this earlier, Mike. They were really hoping it was going to be the abortion issue. And from what I'm seeing, that just didn't quite cut it. And I've seen some people say that this came down to Trump making less of a deal about it this time around. He didn't need to make a big deal about it. He already won on that front. There was no need to, propose. Like if he had been talking about a national ban, okay, that would have been really bad for him. He wasn't really talking about that. So to people who don't like follow these things too closely, they're going to think the Democrats are just like, oh, you're just making shit up. Like you're just talking to the wind right now. Your opposition isn't even really talking about this. They might not. The average person, do they even know? Do they know what happened during his last administration? Do they know?
Forgot all about
Do they
it.
know who he put in power? Do they know? Do they understand how radical it was to overturn the Roe v. Wade precedent? Do they understand the effect that that had on the country? I don't think they do.
I
And
think people
that's the
forgot all
problem.
about it.
It's an uphill battle to keep people informed and educated about these things. And I think that the opposition has such an easier time radicalizing people with their propaganda and getting people to care about that. And just all they need to say is, hey, have you suffered any inconvenience in the last 4 years? We're going to change that when we're in power. They don't even need to provide proof of that. They can just say, you know what, you had a hard time. That was the government. And people are like, yeah, I hate the government. Oh, well, you won't hate our government, though. Okay, I'll give you a shot.
Yeah,
They
it's
might not
also
even
very
remember how things
frustrating because like Trump is able to just say shit like, oh, if I was president, the war in Ukraine and what's going on in Gaza and all this stuff, it would have never happened. It's not like a falsifiable claim that you can make. It's just like baseless speculation. If Hillary Clinton were president, then none of that shit would ever happen.
We can't rewind the clock that much.
Yeah.
A lot of disappointments.
Yeah, I'm still not over that
sure.
one.
It hurts. Yeah, that was certainly a major blow to hawkish Americans. I doubt we're gonna get anything like that anytime soon.
Yeah, no, we're getting shoved into the basement, unfortunately.
We're in our Lindbergh phase, and I can't overstate the consequences of this. We may have a powerful nation. We may continue to have an economically prosperous nation. With tariffs, that becomes debatable. But there are consequences to vacating the world stage. And there are going to be other powers that try to fill that. I have no faith in the Trump administration doing anything to deter Chinese aggression or expansion, really. I don't expect their economic policies to work. I don't expect them to defend Taiwan. I don't expect them to stand up to Russia. They might help Israel. They might just be inclined to say, hey, we support Israel, but there's enough of our voters that are not in favor of giving any foreign aid, so you're on your own. Or there might be enough people, if Iran gets involved to any major degree, they might say, oh, well, this would trigger World War III. So we're just going to step back and try to be a mediator and not actually offer any sort of provocative support, even though the right is historically in favor of Israel. The right is not what it used to be. The right is not the Reagan right. And I think people need to shake themselves with this mentality. It doesn't matter how pro Israel they are. There are so many loonies who are going to be in his ear saying, this will be the end of the world if we help them any further. And you know how Trump feels about that. You know how he feels about coming to the aid of smaller nations if it might trigger a broader conflict. He says, fuck that. So he's not going to be about that. And that might be an opportunity for all these nations that are anti-Israel to capitalize on.
Yeah,
These
I
are
mean, like, look,
the consequences of electing incompetent leadership.
a big part of the reason why I deleted my Twitter was because of the Israel shit. Yeah, I just wanted none of it. So I was off Twitter for a couple of months, a couple of blissful, stress-free, mentally healthy months.
You were
And
touching
then,
grass.
yeah, I was touching grass, and then I made another account, and yeah,
And
now I'm here.
instantly regretted it, I'm sure.
Yeah,
You're
I am
talking
happy
about
to be here, though.
You created another account, and then your homepage, the first thing you see is Elon retweeting Holocaust deniers. And it's like, oh man, what a great world we're all a
Yeah.
part of. What a fantastic free speech experiment.
See, I try to compartmentalize it by saying that like Twitter is not, is not the real world. Like if the real world looked anything like my Twitter feed, then I'd probably yoke myself.
It's starting to look like it right now, man. We're having the Twitter election right here.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is the Twitter vote coming out.
yeah. That's what it looks like. We're getting big Twitter representation. Let's see. Yeah, 87%. Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin all
Trump.
leaning Trump.
Yeah. I already called. I just called it on Twitter. I think he's gonna win.
Oh yeah, I just called
He's
it.
gonna win all the swing states. But life goes on. Life goes on. Who cares about politics? Who cares what the president is? Who cares about any of this? You know what? We don't even care. None of us.
Oh, there was one point I wanted to make vis-a-vis the Israel situation. Is I deleted my Twitter for that reason, but it's not the only geopolitical issue. Like it's a big issue, obviously, but if Trump decides to abandon Ukraine and just let Chinese aggression go unfettered, like it only does so much good. That he's like pro-Israel, but I'm not even sure in what capacity he'd be pro-Israel, as I feel like most of the things that he did were just kind of like symbolic. Like I guess recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights was not nothing, but I don't think it's not like that significant. I think in a global context. Like who else is going to get the Golan Heights? Syria?
It's gonna be some Syrian like fascist count in the chat. Like,
Yeah.
yes, it's ours.
So but when push comes to shove, like if Israel is going to, pursue this, increasing escalation with Iran, like, I don't know how Trump responds. Like, do we have any idea what his cabinet's going to look like at all?
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's Trump, so no, we don't. But based on what he said, which is we can't honestly take anything Trump says seriously. But yeah, it was like I was saying for Secretary of Defense. I actually saw some good signs from him on that. He was talking about for Secretary of Defense. It was like 3 guys. I think he mentioned this in the Joe Rogan interview. It was Tom Cotton, who's traditional. He's a hawk, essentially, and Pompeo and some other guy who I don't know. I think his last name was Walls, of all things. Don't know much about him, but from what I understand, the logic behind that is he he gave this rationale because a lot of people criticize him, right? Of like, why did you have Bolton in there? Why did you have all of these people? And he says, well, I like to have these people around, so like because he's like, these other guys see them as like crazy, like they want to fuck you up and destroy them. They're like pit bulls on a leash, and I've got them behind me. And I am saying, he uses that as a negotiating tactic, I guess, as like, don't fuck with me too much because I've got all these crazy ass neocons that want to fucking nuke you or whatever. I don't know, like how much I read into that, but I do think his second administration will be worse than his first one. It won't be as bad as leftists are telling us. Like, obviously, we're not going to go to prison or anything. I don't think it's going to be like,
maybe not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I may go to prison, but not for like political reasons.
Well, yeah, you could go to prison for personal reasons, but I
what have you
I
been
don't
up
know.
to, Mike?
You never know. Because the other thing you have to remember is these candidates. He can't just bring anybody into the cabinet that he wants. They have to be confirmed. They have to go through the Senate and get confirmation. So it's not going to be, as some people said, like I think Sam Harris said this when he was debating Ben Shapiro. It's going to be like Mike Lindell, my pillow guy and stuff. Like, obviously that's not true. That's stupid. They have to be confirmed by the Senate. They're not going to confirm my pillow guy to be Secretary of State. That's not going to fucking happen.
Are they gonna take all the fluoride out of the water?
Yeah,
with RFK Jr.?
RFK will be in there. I don't know if he'll have a cabinet level position. He will be.
That's worse than my pillow guy. I'd rather my pillow guy.
yeah, that's a little scary.
You
If
might
RFK is going to be
you might
in there.
not know my pillow guy as well as you think. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's a scary reality for you.
Arranged.
He's going to give as much importance to his cabinet members as he gives to my pillow guy.
What about Laura Loomer? Is Laura Loomer going to be in there?
Could be.
Because isn't he
that's the thing.
Isn't
they
he
don't
like
even need to
having
be
a
there.
relationship
They're
with
going to be
her
on
the
TV.
side?
Oh God.
That's like for sure going on. No.
Well, look, it's not going to be anything I think we like, but I don't think it's going to be. It's not going to be our worst nightmare. I guess is what I should say. Just like the first Trump administration was not as bad as it could have been on the foreign policy level. Anyway, it just wasn't. It was like it wasn't good. I didn't like any of it, but also I didn't like any of the shit Joe Biden did on a foreign policy level. It'll be different. It'll be different. Ukraine. It'll be worse for Ukraine. Ukrainians,
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's going to suck for you. You're probably getting fucked. He's going to be tougher on China. It might be better for the Taiwanese. Could be. For the Israelis, it could be better. I expect it would be better. It's a mixed bag. It really is on the foreign policy stuff.
You have to give grade these things on a scale though, and I think undoubtedly Ukraine is the most important foreign interest right now. Yes, combating China is important. China's not aggressive and expansionist in the way that Russia.
Oh, I think they absolutely are.
Yeah.
I think China's the bigger threat. I do believe that. I think the Republicans
Maybe
have that
long
right.
term.
I think the Republicans have that correct. Russia is a
But
paper
you
tiger.
potentially
they proved it in Ukraine.
You potentially make Russia a more long-term threat if you allow them this victory.
Yeah, they are a threat, and I don't think this is good. Obviously, I do view China as the bigger threat. I'm more worried about them than Russia, just because we've got all of NATO to counter Russia, and the NATO countries. Even if he pulls out of them, he will militarize the fuck out of. If like America left them, I feel like they could handle that, and I don't think they should have to. And I don't think he would do this. I think this is bullshit. I don't think he actually would abandon NATO. People have said that. Sam Harris, I think, says that. A lot of people do. I don't think he would. I think that's a Trump bullshit thing where he wants them to pay more. And they should. And he got them to pay
You don't
more.
think he's actually going to go through with it?
No, I don't.
Hopefully you're right.
But you never know. Okay,
I just worry that he's going to have
his rhetoric is harmful and is bad, and I am speculating. Like, I don't know. When I say no, I don't think he is. I'm not saying
it's not a non-0% chance.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's zero.
There's a non-0% chance we
I can't
abandon
fucking
NATO.
predict him, and that's part of the I think the thing that is beneficial with him is because I don't pretend to try and predict him, and I think our enemies can't either. And there is that maybe have you guys? I'm sure you've heard of the madman Trump theory of foreign policy, where it's like, well,
it's a good thing how unpredictable he is.
Yeah, he's kind of crazy, and we don't know what he actually will do. Part of that to me is really bad because I do think it's not calculated, it's infantile. I think we don't know and they don't know, but he doesn't make he doesn't make decisions for strategic reasons. If you've read any of the books of the people that came out of his administration, it really is just as childish and stupid as you think it is. It's just dumb. In a certain way, it's unpredictable, and maybe that helps. But like that could be devastating in a miscalculation. Like I don't know what to make of it, but that's where we are. And
here's the point, because I do think that him pulling out of NATO would be like a worst case scenario, and it's not necessarily guaranteed. And there might even be some people who are typically radical, but they would be in his ear and say, "Oh, maybe that's too far. Maybe we could just push the NATO nations around and get them to bend to our will a little bit more." But there, in my mind, there are different ways that you could destroy NATO. You could destroy NATO internally, and I do think that a Trump victory emboldens authoritarian figures to rise up in these typically liberal nations. It's not impossible for liberalism to fall from within. And you may even get to a point where NATO isn't even worth defending because we've completely lost sight of the values that built that coalition in the first place. It's not just the fact that the coalition exists and these are our nations that make me so in favor of it. It is what the nations stand for, their history, what they've overcome to be where they're at. And there could come a point where those nations are no longer the good guys on the world stage. I don't think it's impossible. I think that's something that could happen in a generation, really. If people aren't careful, if people aren't vigilant, if they don't care to be involved. I mean, this is something that Russia tries to do all the time. You know, if they can't have Ukraine be part of their glorious Soviet Union, well, then they'll have a puppet leader in Ukraine, which was the case up until not all that long ago. It's not impossible. And we've just allowed ourselves to be asleep at the wheel for too long. And there are very long-term consequences for that, world shifting consequences. It doesn't even take, oh, I'm leaving NATO. But if there's aggression against countries within NATO, if there's provocation, if there's attempts to reshape their politics by an enemy, that could be viewed as an attack as well. It would be an attempt to make sure that they're not prepared for a potential invasion, or to just make them an ally of an enemy like Russia or China. So why would there even be a need to fight at that point? That, to me, I have a bigger fear of that than military conflict. Ukraine in recent years, they made it so Russia had to do a military conflict because they were so adamantly opposed to Russian rule and Russian influence after what had happened. After they made the mistake of trusting Russia in the 90s and giving up their nuclear arsenal, well, then they were subjugated to this sort of puppet rule for a very long time. I'm much more fearful of that. And that's essentially what's happening here. We have a president. Oh, God, I'm saying that already. Potential. Hey, there's still hope. But what seems to be the next president who has shown a lot of acquiescence to historical enemies. I think it would be worse in a second term. I don't have any faith in it. I don't. Yeah, there might be some blustering, like I'm the real macho. I think that that's such a facade, though, and I think that a nation even like North Korea was able to expose how fake that is. I don't have any faith really in Trump committing to hawkishness for real. It's a bluff. It was shown to be a bluff. And especially if more powerful nations become involved, then you're going to get some worm tongues in his ear saying this is going to trigger World War III. You can't do this. He's going to listen to that. He's not going to listen to people, talking about our national interests or liberal values. I don't think he cares about any of that shit. Or maintaining American power abroad. He's going to be concerned with his fight at home.
And Ohio, the Senate seat just flipped. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I think it's Jover.
It's
It's how it
Jover.
looks.
See, and that's the other part of it that's so bad is like there. I heard for so long on Twitter, oh well, we need this, we need a Republican Congress because we have a liberal White House. It's all about political balance. Anytime people say shit like this, you just know what a reprehensible scumfuck they are, and they don't actually believe in balance or any of that shit. It's so fake. It's so transparent because if they get a Republican Supreme Court, White House, Senate, and even potentially House, they're not going to be talking, oh, we need balance. They're going to be lauding their victory.
Well, there needs to be like a new champion of like liberal values. Like I don't know how many people there are in the public eye that you would say are like, great advocates of liberalism. Like you mentioned Sam Harris, I think is one of them, but he's not nearly influential enough.
He's great. He's a great speaker, but you have to, and this is sad.
He's not a politician.
What I'm about, yeah, he's not, and he would have a lot of things going against him.
Yeah, he would get destroyed in a national election.
No one wants to vote for an open atheist. It's a sad truth.
Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon.
We're not at that point, but no, and he's not even a consideration. But he's a great advocate for liberalism. The problem is he's too smart. And I know that sounds crazy, but clearly dumbassery is what appeals to people. And like low IQ memes, like that's what people are about. And that's so sad because there is a chance for like real conversation about sophisticated things. But is that going to win people over? No, apparently not in the numbers that I was, hoping for optimistically. I don't know what you do. I really don't know what you do. You need another Obama type figure, but it's going to take a long time to find the right person.
There's just no one on
you
the
need
left.
charisma and personality.
Yeah, there's nobody on the left, like in the political space that I know of that I can think of off the top of my head that is a logical, follow up in like 4 years that we can run this person.
I mean, a lot of people like Newsom, but a lot of people also don't like him. He's not a woman. He has a lot of charisma and presence, I think, but a lot of people just, they don't like him for, I don't know, perceived hypocrisies or whatever. I don't really understand it, but You need.
Anyway.
I don't think he
what-
has the same,
I
presence that someone like Obama did.
I'm gonna cut out pretty soon here because
Yeah, we've been going for like 4.5 hours. Or
yeah.
That's the problem with this. Like, we'll never see the end of it. Now,
yeah.
I will say
We're also
this.
not, we're also not going to get I don't think we're going to get a call until if we get a call, it's probably going to be at the earliest, like 3 a.m.
It'll probably it'll be. And I said at the beginning that
EST.
I'm not gonna stay on for the whole thing, but I don't know. Did you guys have any final thoughts on?
Oh,
on
you
this?
you know it. I'll say something hopeful because I've been kind
really?
of a sour. I've been a
Got an optimistic
sourpuss.
statement.
Well, you got to balance it out a little. I've said a lot of negative things, and I stand by them. I do think that there was a real wasted opportunity here, but I also think that there is a chance that some of these states do come around. If you get enough of them, if you were somehow able to swing Wisconsin, Virginia, something, you could make something of that. You really could. But the odds of that, it's unlikely. There's a chance though. It's not over. And moreover, it's not over in the long term. There will be another election. There will be, there's going to be elections in 2 years. Those elections are important. People should take them seriously. People should really understand the social and geopolitical issues at stake. And I think even moreover, here's something to motivate you. Is this really what you want your representation to look like? This is you, your mere image on the world stage. Is this good enough for you? If it is, then by all means celebrate a victory. But I would like to think that enough people look at that and say, surely we can do better. Surely there's a more qualified American out of 330 million people. No, really, no one else. We have to think we're better than that. I would love to think that. But this would not be a good signal to the rest of the world. And even the thing it would communicate even more than the failings of the Biden administration, I think would just be the apathy of so many people. These numbers are, you can say there's, good turnout, but good turnout is relative in this country. We don't really have good turnout ever, proportional to the actual population that's here. Okay, but whether or not you voted, you're going to be affected by these policies. You have to convince people to care. And that's kind of a depressing truth in and of itself. But really, like, to the person listening who's like, oh, I couldn't be bothered, you have to care. This affects you too. It's important. The last 8 years have affected you. And I would love to like tune into one of these and not care who's gonna win. I yearn for that kind of day. I can't say I've really seen much of it ever. I yearn for the day where it's like I like don't even watch the results. I go to bed and I'm like, no matter who wins, the interests of my country will be kept in highest regard. We don't have shit like that. Where's that election? I'm the voter who's needing that in my life. But we don't have that. We have very real concern over America's place in the world after tonight. What do we think we would look like after 4 more years of a Trump presidency? And okay, I said I was going to be positive. Let's be just a tiny bit negative before I'm done. Think
Oh, that was
about the
positive?
message.
Oh, that was positive.
Yes, that was largely positive. That was positive for me.
The most
okay?
positive we're getting out of you tonight.
I'm not crying. I'm not like that one lady. We're okay.
I don't know.
to me-
I'm like that lady. That's me.
Yeah, on the inside.
I'm out in the corner right now. As soon as the stream is, this is the reason I want to end it so fast, so I can go cry in the street.
You have any alcohol? Because
You
that
caught on
might help.
camera.
Oh, I got plenty.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go.
I'm
There
good.
you go.
I'm good on that front.
I'm
I'm
gonna-
prepared. I stocked my bunker. Plenty of.
Yeah, I don't have a bunker.
You're leaving.
pretty-
You're leaving the
Will
country.
you let me
canned
hide
food,
in your bunker?
ammunition, canned food, ammunition, fuel, gasoline. We're good. We're good.
Henry, would you hide me in your bunker if the Magas came to take me to the death camps?
Oh yeah. You can come in. You're good. You're good people.
Who are you hiding beneath the floorboards? Oh man.
Here, speaking of that, I'll show you what I think. Here's my final statement. What I think, my prediction, what I think is going to happen. What we should truly be worried about here is this. I think this is what is coming. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I might have just shared all of my
That was pretty good though. With the people in the street by the campfire.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to share.
Yeah, that we're not too far off from that.
That's what I was going for. This right here. This is where we're going.
Oh yeah.
Weren't always like this.
This is what's happening.
We had a
People,
beautiful life.
Get ready.
We
The
did.
best parties. The most beautiful friends. We thought it was just another election. So a lot of us didn't vote.
Are we sure this isn't a troll?
Oh no, this is for real.
The system was rigged.
Let's see the vote.
Many of us even voted for them. I know it sounds crazy now, but we didn't like Democrats back then. We were angry about the vaccine mandates and how they handled the war in Gaza and the way they wanted to censor free speech on the internet.
They want unquestioned obedience.
So what did we end up doing? We voted for the guys who openly said they wanted to imprison dissenters and use the military against their political opponents.
We're going to the camps. We're fucked.
So
Get
yeah,
the bunker ready.
you were wrong on that.
Get the bunker ready. It's Jover.
When Trump got sick and died, Vance was 39 years old when he became president.
AI is crazy.
Yeah.
30
This
years
whole ad
later,
was made
he's
by
still
AI,
president
by the way.
today.
I'm not joking. That's
And
real.
with the Supreme Court
Yeah,
on his
yeah, no, it
side,
looks like
they
it.
gave him
Including the voice.
dictatorial
Voice is
powers.
AI.
They took away women's reproductive rights, outlawed contraception, and removed the minimum wage. Then we had repression of dissent, AI
what you get.
surveillance
This
of
is what's
everything we
happening.
did or said
You
on a
bastard.
level we couldn't
What you
imagine.
did to us.
The government
Look at
under
it.
Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk set up concentration camps for illegal immigrants, then legal immigrants, then even homeless people. They finally admitted climate change was real, but it was too late. Florida sank
That's the most
into the
unrealistic
Gulf,
part.
and
They're
the
never going to
West
admit it.
burned, and cities across the country became uninsurable, then uninhabitable. Musk and Thiel poured all of our resources into artificial intelligence.
This is pretty
So
good.
they and their friends
I love his outfit.
could
That's the best.
become immortal.
What the fuck? Look
I
at
don't
this
know what
AI.
happened to them,
Oh, bro.
but I know what happened to us.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
I did see you react to that.
I'm looking forward to
That's
that in 20
amazing.
years.
Yeah, hopefully
See, like, Musk
I
wishes he was that cool, but that's far off.
well, that's what's
Immortal.
happening. So whether you like it or not, that's what they voted for. That's what all of you three people watching, I'm sure all were Trump supporters.
How dare
Yeah.
you?
Yeah,
You're
look at
sitting
these
at-
comments.
That's why I have a bunker stocked with canned beans, and ammo. I've got to survive the MAGA gulag now. So thanks. Anyway, any more final thoughts before we close out here and resign ourselves to
I've 4 more years of. Thanks for having me on. It's good to catch up with you guys.
Oh, yeah,
It's been a
coming.
while.
This is fun. I'll see you guys again in 4 years, I guess. We'll see what's happening
Hopefully,
then.
We're all doing okay.
We'll try to make 4 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, maybe
between
come
that.
around more often. I don't know. I don't see you guys as much or anybody else from back in the day. Honestly,
Yeah, I'll
anybody.
like for myself. Like I hopped off of Twitter for a couple months, and I got back on. And I got back on, and I had to make a whole new account, and I ended up like losing connections with a lot of people. And it's kind of unfortunate. It was a really difficult time for me to plug into politics because of all the Israel shit going on. I just really didn't want to engage with it.
Yeah, everybody kind of fell out after. It was weird because we always just talk about foreign policy so much, and then we had these like 2 huge like foreign policy issues come up, and then like everybody from our old community kind of fell apart or went different ways, and
Yeah, I also had a lot of big changes in my personal life that
Yeah.
I got another job and spent more time away, and these things happen.
Yeah, I've been busy too, but I'm always, if I have a channel, I'll be doing it, and then sometimes I'll delete a channel and not have one for like a year, and then I'm not online. So
Yeah, but I always stay like at least like passively engaged. I just consider myself a normal guy who cares about liberal values and the future of the country. So when I see shit like this, I I'm not going to be like personally affected by it. Like I don't think who's the president is really matters in terms of my personal life. But I hope that I all I can say is hopefully Trump has people in his cabinet that are rational and that his foreign policy won't be the floor. And the thing I worry about is the floor because the fact that there's a non-0% chance that we would pull out of NATO is like, to me, that's suicidal.
yeah. Here's what I would say in my final closing statement is, don't worry about it too much, guys. Like, don't forget to touch grass and stuff. Trump was president before, and honestly,
we're alive.
A lot of
We're
it
here.
doesn't matter. We are nerds and focus on this a whole lot. Most of the stuff that impacts your life doesn't have to do with who's in office. A lot of the time, it can, and I'm not trying to diminish it or say it's not important at all. But try not to let it get to you too much. I see some people out there that like freak out one way or another. We saw this 4 years ago. The Trump people were on the other side of this. They had a little bit of a moment. They were smearing shit on the walls of the Capitol.
Yeah.
And,
you can do them a little bit. Like I'll be doing a little bit over the next couple of days,
Yeah,
but
no.
I'll be fine.
Don't take it too hard. Is what I'll say. But yeah, I would love to have you guys on more often and talk about stuff, especially with Trump coming back into office. If this is what's happening, which is what it looks like, it'll be interesting.
Things will be interesting. Yeah,
interesting stuff to talk about. I think, and I always
We
like.
won't run out of content.
I like
That's
talking
for
to you guys. We don't agree on everything. Obviously, I argued with Reese for like an hour probably on here about a variety of stuff. But I like talking to you guys because you're rational, normal, fun people to talk to. So
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So come back.
I like talking to you too.
Don't be strange.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now that I got your Twitter, we'll make some things happen.
I'm gonna be glued to Google for the next couple hours, crying.
Oh yeah, and we can
sobbing.
come on and watch the Antifa go riot in Washington D.C. That'll be fun.
Yeah, we can watch his coronation, his recoronation in a couple
see how
months.
the left handles this. And then,
Yeah.
you know, maybe in 4 days it'll be like last time, and we'll all be like, "Oh fuck, we were totally fucking wrong on this one too."
Oh,
But
yeah.
I doubt it this time.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Don't get your hopes up. I doubt that's gonna happen this time.
Give me a chance to eat crow.
Yeah,
I
the
beg you.
needle's stuck on 89% right now.
All right,
So that's where we're at.
Seeing
Anyway.
any Antifa shit's just going to be annoying at this point. Hey, you should have voted, dipshit.
Anyway,
Writing, that's going to do some good.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here because I do have to get up in the morning and stuff. So I'm gonna end it. But have a great night, everybody. I'll see you later.
Have a good night, guys. Good to see you.